Hello, Kevin Thompson, testing for a sound check.
Thank you, Kevin.
You can hear me okay?
We can, thanks. You can go ahead and mute yourself now.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone to the Council meeting for June 13th, 2022. I'm Councillor Neil Bonagor and I am sitting in the chair for this meeting. First of all, if I can ask for a roll call starting with Ward 1.
Good afternoon, Councillor Hanmer, present.
Councillor Bodley, present.
Councillor Veith, present.
Councillor Freeman, present.
Councillor Vasic, present.
Councillor Henry, present.
Mayor Jaworski here.
All right, that's got us all. Excellent. So I'm going to start the meeting as we always do with our Territorial Acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we virtually gather today is the land traditionally cared for by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. As we reflect on that land acknowledgement, this is also an opportunity to think beyond it. June is Indigenous History Month. As we honour Indigenous people, past, present, and future, and as we celebrate vibrant Indigenous cultures, we must also work to deepen our understanding of historical atrocities and current harms. We all carry the past with us. On that note, we'll have our pause for a moment of reflection. At the beginning of this council meeting, we pause to think about the needs of our community. May we show wisdom and compassion in all our decisions. Okay, so moving on to item 7, we have disclosure of pecuniary interests and the general nature thereof. Just looking at the chat. I'm not seeing any, so I shall declare my own. I'm going to declare a pecuniary interest on item 9, the resident delegation, as I have an interest in property in the area. The Mayor will be stepping in to chair that portion of the meeting. If we can move on to the approval of minutes, may I ask if anyone wishes to move that we approve the minutes of the meeting from May 16th. I've got Councillor Hanmer to move, Angela Veith to second, Councillor Veith to second. If I can call the vote, please, starting with Ward 1.
Councillor Hanmer, in favour.
Councillor Bodley, in favour.
Councillor Veith, in favour.
Councillor Freeman, in favour.
Councillor Vasic, in favour.
Councillor Henry, in favour.
Mayor Jaworski, in favor.
And I'm also in favour. So that passes unanimously. And we're moving on to item 9. So we have a delegation and regarding traffic and safety concerns on Alexandra Avenue. The delegate is David Gossett. He's a resident of Waterloo. Mayor, I'm going to be stepping out and I shall leave it to you to lead the next portion of the meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Bonagor. I'll just invite David to join us. I think we have the screen up here. And just a reminder, David, that you have 10 minutes. I will try to give you a warning when you're at minute 9.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As was mentioned, my name is David Gossett and I live on Alexandra Avenue in Uptown West. And this presentation includes comments that were collected from a broad cross-section of residents that live on our street between Caroline and Westmount. And these slides will be shared with Council for future reference. Slide. Oh, is someone able to advance the slide, please? Okay, so the problem that we've observed is threefold. We've seen drivers racing from end to end, from Westmount to Caroline and vice versa, a hazardous intersection at Caroline and Alexandra, and traffic that aims to cut the corner of William and Caroline. And I'll explain all of these things. And we also come to you with a proposed solution of a traffic barrier on Alexandra Avenue. Slide, please. So every day, cars seem to be racing from Westmount to Caroline or vice versa, and the drivers often do not heed stop signs and drive at dangerous speeds. Slide. Most of us have witnessed close calls involving children and reckless drivers blowing through the stop signs. I have 2 children, 6 and 8, and my children are not allowed to cross Alexandra Avenue on their own. Many families with children live on our street, and there's a daycare, a park, and a public school on the street. Slide. Slide. So I want to read to you some of the comments from residents that live on our street. Routinely, drivers are seen ignoring four-way stops along Alexandra Avenue. Others will slow down but not stop at intersections before returning to a dangerous speed in the 100-meter residential stretches between intersections. In a neighborhood with an increasing number of young children, it does not feel safe. Slide. We chose to live in Uptown so we could walk most places, including to school. Every day I see cars roll through or blow through stop signs at speed. We have had a number of close calls and witnessed even more, with one car coming within a foot or so of hitting a pedestrian. At some point, it feels like our collective luck will run out and there will be a heartbreaking disaster in our neighborhood. We can design city streets to control traffic so this does not happen, and I hope the city takes this direction. It increasingly feels unsafe to walk in the neighborhood. Slide. Alexandra Ave is a local residential street. It's not a collector or arterial road, yet drivers clearly and increasingly treat it as one, often at unreasonable speeds and while rolling past if not entirely ignoring the many stop signs. The noise and stress produced by these behaviors are eroding the quality of life for everyone in the neighborhood. I understand these drivers' impulse to use our street as a cut-through between Westmount Road and Uptown, but it's not an impulse the city should be indulging in our neighborhood or anyone else's, especially if the city is sincere about discouraging car trips and encouraging active transportation. These drivers should be using nearby collectors and arterials, and if closing Alexandra near Caroline helps to achieve that, then I would encourage the city to do so. Slide. Even though our children are aged 14, 12, and 8, I do not feel comfortable encouraging them to ride their bikes around the neighborhood, and I even worry about our 8-year-old walking to friends' houses only a few streets over. While I understand that this worry may seem overprotective, the reality is that it is also warranted. I would like to foster independence in my kids, but the speed at which people drive through our neighborhood en route to the main artery roads simply makes it too worrisome to encourage kids to explore on their own. In an otherwise wonderful neighborhood, the dangerous reality of traffic is a shame. Slide. Cars regularly slow down barely long enough to see if there is any cross traffic before speeding up and driving past the all-way stops without stopping. It's only a matter of time before someone gets hit. Slide. Alexandra Ave is a small street with narrow sidewalks and boulevards, so there's very little setback from the road. There are many kids around, and this street serves as a walking route to the 2 local schools. Yet, too often, I see cars come off Westmount, roll through Alexandra and Roslyn stop sign at about 10 kilometers per hour, gun it to the speed limit, an unsafe 50 kilometers per hour as posted, then roll through the stop at Alexandra and Dunbar, all while children are walking and playing nearby. And the resident goes on to say, it seems dangerous to allow their elementary age children to bike, scooter, or even cross the street on their own. And in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over a couple here. If we can advance the slide, please. Here is, by the way, a comment from a resident of 48 years from Alexandra Avenue, who mentions that the disregard for safety has been increasing more and more, and says, let's stop the traffic flow before someone gets seriously hurt or killed. Slide, please. This resident notes that Alexandra Ave is the primary path for an informal walking school bus for over 100 children on their way to Lourdes, which is on Alexandra Avenue, and to Empire Public Schools. Every time these children need to cross the street, they are in danger. We can't think of a more vital and crucial pathway for our young citizens, but it has also become a pathway for too many cars traveling too quickly and too carelessly. We urge you to visit Alexandra Avenue any morning or afternoon to see what we mean. Slide. So as you can see, there is a significant sense in the neighborhood and experience of our residents that the traffic from Caroline to Westmount and vice versa on Alexandra is a hazard, a real hazard that, and we come to you asking to avoid this kind of heartbreaking disaster that one of the residents mentioned. But there are also other issues with the traffic in our neighborhood and on Alexandra specifically. And one of them is the intersection at Alexandra and Caroline, which was recently changed with the addition of the ION train and the multi-use trail. And the result is a highly complex intersection with many potential hazards for drivers, pedestrians, and users of active or public transportation. Slide. Here is a satellite image of Caroline and Alexandra. Slide. And you can see in red the pedestrian crosswalk, in orange the ION tracks, in purple the multi-use trail and sidewalk, so that accommodates bikes as well as pedestrians and other users. There are parking lot entrances shown in blue. Slide. So if you're, for example, turning right from Caroline onto Alexandra, you would want to check your blind spot and mirrors for bikes that are traveling on the road. Then you would want to check for the ION train, and then you would want to also check the illuminated signs that tell you not to turn if an ION train is coming. Then you would check for cars that are exiting the parking lots, and again check for bikes and pedestrians on the multi-use trail before completing the turn. Slide. Here are some comments from residents. Without any traffic lights at Caroline and Alexandra, together with LRT and traffic on Caroline, traffic coming out of the LCBO parking lot or cars trying to turn onto Alexandra from Caroline have little to no priority. But it's a very complex and unusual situation. I've witnessed some incidents with motorists almost getting hit by LRT or hit pedestrians on Alexandra by speeding through the intersection after impatiently waiting for an opportunity for too long. Slide. With a combination of two-lane street traffic, LRT tracks, the busy Iron Horse Trans-Canada Trail, as well as a busy parking lot servicing an LCBO Starbucks in the Shops Plaza, the intersection of Alexandra Ave and Caroline Street South is a complex series of mixed-mode transportation. The only guidance provided to citizens among the three parallel lanes of traffic is in the form of a no right turn train sign when the LRT is present. All other individuals are left to navigate the variety of speeds and situations on their own. And I'll skip a couple of slides in the interest of time. Slide. 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 And the last issue that we wanted to raise is that there is a traffic light at William and Caroline. William is the next street over from Alexandra. And because there's no traffic light at Caroline and Alexandra, some drivers attempt to circumvent the light at William by cutting through Alexandra and Euclid along the path shown in blue. Slide. Here is a comment from a resident who lives at this intersection of Euclid and Alexandra. And they say that cars speed and fail to stop so they can save a few seconds of time, but in doing so, they risk the safety of people traveling by foot or by bike. And this comment goes on, but I am going to advance the slide in the interests of time. So we are here today asking for your help in addressing the problems that we've outlined, and you have the power to take action now and prevent future dangerous or deadly driver behavior and avoid the kind of heartbreaking disaster that our resident had mentioned in their comments. Slide. And we believe that action is very well aligned with the stated goals and strategies of the Region of Waterloo's 2018 Master Plan for Transportation, especially building a transportation network that supports all modes of travel and promoting a healthy community. Slide.
I'll just let you know that you're at the 9:30 mark.
Thank you. One solution that we propose would be to install a traffic barrier on Alexandra Avenue between Short Street and Caroline in the location marked in pink. Slide. Access to the city-owned parking lots would be preserved, but fewer cars would be using the intersection at Alexandra and Caroline. Slide. Here's an example of such a barrier from Herbert Street. Slide. And here's an example from the City of Toronto's 2016 Traffic Calming Guide. Slide. And with that, I'll thank you for your time and note that the presentation also includes extra slides with more resident comments that are in the presentation that is shared with Council. Thank you again.
Excellent and well timed, David. Thank you very much for all the extensive slides that were circulated to Council on Friday. So did have a chance to read the commentary. Thank you very much for gathering that. How did you gather it? I'll just wait while I'm see if any hand goes up for any clarification on your presentation. How did you gather the anecdotal information? Did you do your own survey?
Well, it certainly wasn't a formal survey. We had a Google Doc and requested that people provide comments with the intention of including them in this presentation.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I just, certainly extensive commentary by people. So that was good anecdotal information for us. And I'll just look to see if there's any hands. I'll call on Councillor Bodley, who has commentary for wrap up. I don't see any questions from other councillors. Please go ahead, Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through your Mayor Jaworski. Just since Councillor Bonagor is not with us for this delegation, I just wanted to say thank you to the delegate and appreciate the feedback. I will have some questions for staff. As you may or may not know, there's a speed management report that is forthcoming in today's council packet, and I would encourage you to listen to that part of the conversation as well too, for stuff that's being considered across the city. And every time we hear one of these delegations, whether it's an official delegation at council or it's a meeting that I've had with residents about streets in my ward, and I'm sure that my council colleagues have had similar with staff and with residents in their wards, it really does speak to a culture change issue. As the one resident who has been a resident there for 48 years had stated, with the commentary that things seem to be getting worse. It really speaks to the need for there to be an attitudinal and culture shift with respect to speeding in our neighborhoods. And as I say, I just wanted to say thank you, and I'll have some questions for staff on behalf of the delegation here today.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley, and thank you all for the time.
So thank you very much, David. I'm going to invite you to go on mute. We're going to move from delegate mode to questions of staff from councillors. And but I invite you to continue listening in. And then, as Councillor Bodley mentioned, we're going to be talking about speed management. All of our information is webcast live on YouTube. However, should you not wish to stick around this afternoon to listen to it, you can enjoy it tonight or another day if you wish. So thank you very much, David, for your extensive presentation today. And with that, I will turn it over to Councillor Bodley, and I'll ask the clerk just take down the slide deck.
Oh, thank you. Through your Mayor Jaworski, just a question of staff, Chris or Jenny, if they're available. Do we have any information about traffic studies or anything that has taken place on this street with respect to 85th percentile speeds or average speeds that suggest that this is a location that needs to be prioritized, given all of the pressures that are put on staff for the wide variety of locations that are identified as problems from a variety of residents across the city?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bodley. There are a number of factors that staff will need to review in order to provide an answer back to council. They would include a review of the existing traffic volumes, speeds, collisions for the area. We'd like to look at the construction to see if we have any room to do a road closure at that location, because we do have to provide access for snow clearing, garbage. We would also have to look at the response times for emergency services. At this point, we do not have everything gathered, so I can't tell you exactly what the 85th percentile for Alexandra is. I can tell you that there are 4 all-way stops along Alexandra. And I'd also like to remind council that the intersection of Caroline and Alexandra is a regional intersection, so we would have to have discussions with regional staff regarding any changes to that particular intersection.
Thank you, Chris. Just to follow up through you, Mayor Jaworski. So I appreciate, you know, it's a context sensitive situation. Any time there's a question of safety when it comes from a resident, and I appreciate that. In this particular location, there are a host of interventions that are there. And I would just encourage staff here, not really a follow-up, but encourage staff to continue to review the intersection and the street to determine whether or not it needs any further interventions from staff to discourage cut-through traffic, to reduce speeds, and to generally just improve the safety in the street. I would just ask staff to continue to pursue those things, and I'll yield to my colleagues here. Mayor Jaworski, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bodley. I think the appropriate thing to do here is simply refer this presentation to staff for review back with the resident, and they're actually seeing it for the first time, so lots of our own questions, I'm sure. But let's move on to Councillor Hanmer next.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Christine. And Christine partially answered one of my questions, and it was just the partnership that may be necessary with the region because of the intersection of regional roads there. In addition to what's been raised by Councillor Bodley and in the presentation, I'd also be interested in knowing what are the traffic calming measures that we've had in place there, and just if we have any commentary around the success of those, and then what the applicability might be for this particular solution in other areas in the city, and do we need to start thinking about that as we go forward? So I guess it's probably more of a commentary than a question, Mayor, but I'll leave it with you.
Thank you. I think there's lots to talk about. Just before I became mayor, the Uptown West, as Christine will remember, not Jenny wasn't with us at the time, but Christine will remember the massive review of that grid-like network of Uptown and the complicated factors that came into it with like 60 or 70 recommendations. So certainly that's something that has been looked at this time. I think it's probably wise if staff look at it from a you know, I think as you mentioned, there's issues throughout the Waterloo,
city.
Throughout the city. So there's lots to think about, and I think we just have to make sure that staff give further and continuous thought to this, but with a priority, since the delegate did come to us about Alexandra Ave, to engage directly with them at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, I will turn it over to Councillor Henry.
Thanks, Mayor. And similar to Councillor Freeman, and you covered a chunk of what I was looking to cover in terms of the Uptown West traffic study. I would only note that the penultimate meeting of that committee was to recommend a number of things, including various closures or diverters of roads, and the neighborhood as a whole was not as keen. After all, traffic diverted from one street ends up on another street, so there is a network factor. Here, the residents of Alexandra Avenue would still have to get to their street through other streets rather than where it came from, and so those diversions have knock-on impacts for folks to consider. The question I had arising from the intersection, it's been like that for a long period of time, but the net new factor is the LRT, and certainly upgrading to a trail. But the one thing the region did not do as part of its road on Caroline was actually put in the necessary cross rides so that you don't have to technically dismount your bike every time you go across one of those intersections. Does staff have a sense or have had prior communication of when or if the region was going to come in back and revisit those intersections so the trail could indeed be a trail and have appropriate signage under the HTA that does alert folks who are driving to the presence of the high traffic on that trail? That seems like one of those unfinished pieces from the Caroline and LRT construction.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Henry. I believe that our active transportation staff have had conversations with regional staff regarding the cross ride at that particular intersection. I am not sure exactly where they are at in their discussions, but as part of this whole review, we will take that into consideration as well and get information from the region for you on that.
Okay, thank you. I think that was all for Councillor Henry. One new piece of information that the citizen did bring to us. Certainly, it is a complex intersection at Caroline and Alexandra, but the new information that I found was the cut through traffic, the people trying to head southbound and avoiding the King and William and then taking off through the neighborhood. That's something I know that we've seen in Councillor Bodley's ward with Gatestone, and to an extent Lake Louise is a bit like that, and I'm sure we've seen it in other places as well, where it's really flow through traffic is not welcome in our neighborhoods. So if there's a way to put on your thinking caps on that one, I think for next term of council, I think would be good as well. With that, I don't see any further commentary, and what we will do is we'll turn it over to staff to give more thought on this. So thank you very much, Jenny, for your commentary on that and engaging with our other staff and bringing back some information to the resident and going from there. And with that, I will ask the clerk to invite back Councillor Bonagor to chair the rest of the meeting.
And this is Councillor Bonagor back in the chair. Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, for taking that through. We are now at the consent motion. We have 4 reports on the consent motion. Are there any that councillors would like to have removed for discussion at all? I'm not seeing any requests to remove any items, so we're going to be considering them as a whole. Councillor Freeman moves the consent motion and Councillor Hanmer seconds. If I can start voting at Ward 1, please.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Bassick in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Mayor Jaworski in favor.
And Councillor Bonagor in favor. That is all of us. All right, promptly now hitting the staff report. So the first staff report for consideration today is the speed management on residential streets report. Given a high proportion of ward interest on this issue, I've actually asked the mayor to chair this section of the meeting as well, so that I could have a ward councillor's hat on rather than the chair's hat. So, Mayor, over to you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonagor, and certainly wise decision, I think, because certainly any complaints, as we just heard most recently, are in people's own streets and in their neighborhoods. It's not a, quote, citywide issue, even though this is a citywide decision that we're going to be taking on today. First up, I'm going to ask our own Jenny Setterfield to give us a bit of a presentation on what we're looking at today. Welcome, Jenny.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, staff, and the public. The purpose of this presentation is to summarize the results of the public engagement work and to provide council with recommendations on the city's speed management on residential streets initiative. I'll summarize the engagement results, what we asked, who we asked, what we heard, include staff's recommendation, and be available for questions once the presentation is complete. Next slide, please. This initiative builds on previous pilot studies in the Transportation Master Plan as updated in 2021. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a high demand on the active transportation network as trips and activity increased in local areas. Transportation Services staff recommended the implementation of the speed limit reduction pilot for 3 40-kilometer-hour neighborhood areas and 30-kilometer-an-hour school zones within those neighborhoods. In addition, we reduced 14 individual streets from the existing 50 kilometers an hour to 40. The one-year pilot started July of 2020 with a staff report on the results in the fall of 2021. In April of 21, while adopting the TMP, the Transportation Master Plan, Council considered feedback from residents on speed limits and a desire to see operating speeds reduced. The result was a direction to staff to review and propose options for uniform speeds on Class 4, Collector, and 5 local residential streets. So option A proposed a uniform speed of 40 kilometers an hour for those streets with 30 kilometer an hour school zones. Option B proposed a uniform speed of 30 kilometers an hour on all Class 4 and Class 5 residential streets, including the school zones. There was also an option to indicate whether a preference for no change to existing speed limits was also included. Next slide, please. Staff asked 10 survey questions that are outlined in the report. We conducted the public engagement through the Engage Waterloo platform due to the pandemic. The survey officially opened February 28th, 2022 and closed on April 4th, 2022. The following strategies were used to promote the project and gather the feedback: social media, the media, neighborhood associations, paid social media, and direct contact through email and phone with interested parties. Key interested parties included Waterloo Regional Police Services, Waterloo Fire and Rescue Services, Grand River Transit, both school boards, Student Transportation Services of Waterloo Region, couriers, taxis, regional staff, and area municipalities. Next slide, please. A total of 1,032 responses were received. Of the total, 1,012 were from residents and 20 were from interested parties. 612 or 60% of respondents support option A, which is the 40 kilometer an hour streets with 30 school zones. Next slide, please. 379 people or 37% support option B, the 30 kilometer an hour on all residential streets and school zones. Next slide, please. When we asked what option they preferred, 41% preferred option A, 29% preferred option B, 6% said either option B or A would be acceptable, and 24% did not support either. Next slide, please. When we reached out to the interested parties, we received some of the key following comments. Waterloo Fire and Rescue Services supported option A. Waterloo Regional Police Services did not specify which option, however, they did express the support for our community partners who are striving to make our shared roadways safer. Next slide, please. Grand River Transit did an extensive analysis to see the impacts each option may have on their services. In the end, they supported option A as it allows a balanced approach to providing the safe environment for all road users while maintaining efficient provision of their transit services in the neighborhoods. Both Waterloo Region District and Waterloo Catholic District school boards, along with the Student Transportation Services of Waterloo Region, all supported option B. Next slide, please. Part of the Vision Zero philosophy and road safety strategy is developing programs to support and achieve the goals for safer streets for all users. This report and presentation and public engagement refers to the speed management program. Through the public engagement, staff heard from residents and interested parties. They provided their insight, concerns, and feedback to show that they support a safe and equitable road network. Staff are recommending option A, as it is consistent with our sister city Kitchener, provides a clear distinction of school zones, supports Grand River Transit's current scheduling and service, it's consistent with many other municipalities that are similar to Waterloo, and supports the majority of residents' feedback. Staff have heard council and the desire for the 30 kilometers, and so we also went out to speak to industry experts on road safety. They confirm that drivers need to see a reason to slow down and will not if the road and surrounding area do not facilitate it, i.e. the road is wide, straight, flat with sidewalks. The biggest concern and risk, according to them, is the risk of speed differential. If we artificially lower the posted speed limit beyond what drivers feel is reasonable, we will end up with a small number adhering to it and the rest not. So if one driver is driving 30 kilometers an hour and another is driving 50 kilometers an hour, the 20 kilometer an hour difference can cause tailgatings, road rage, passing, decrease in stop sign compliance, and errors at signalized intersections, all leading to potentially more severe crashes. Staff need to follow the industry recommended criteria when establishing speed limits across the city. This is done for consistency, uniformity, and to ensure the majority of motorists are traveling at the posted speed. Enforcement, education, and engineering all must be taken into consideration when establishing a speed limit change. Next slide, please. Should option A be the approach, this is an example of what the signs would look like in a typical neighborhood area. Border streets examples are Herb Street or Westmount, mainly the major arterials or collector roadways. We would see the school zone sign like they are today, but with 30 at each end instead of 40. Following the Highway Traffic Act, we must install the begins and the ends at each entry point into and out of the neighborhood. Without the end sign, a driver could assume the 40K limit continues until they get to the next posted speed limit sign. The entire city is assumed at 50 with signs posted at all entrances, so drivers need to know where the boundary line stops and starts. Ultimately, this is the design that MTO has approved and it is enforceable under the HTA. Next slide, please. And with that, I will wrap up the presentation and open up for questions.
Thank you very much, Jenny, and thank you for your work on this. Before I turn over to councillors, I just had a question of clarity on the Waterloo Regional Police Service input. It seemed nice and polite and respectful, saying that it's our council's decision. I just want to probe further. Did they mention anything about their willingness to enforce or enforceability of this? I think what you're saying is they were silent on that aspect.
Through you, Mary, yes, they were silent, and that was their official response when asked to comment.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough. I just wanted to confirm, Jenny, make sure there wasn't anything more hidden in there one way or the other. Turning it over to Councillor Freeman up first, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Jenny, I just wondered if you could comment on the results of these findings and how they were considered by staff in conjunction with the technical memorandum that was included in the Transportation Master Plan. So that technical memorandum, it pointed to the World Resources Institute, where it looks at lowering speeds, that the decrease from 40 to 30 kilometers per hour results in a reduced risk by yet another 10 to 15%. And just that the World Health Organization had recommended with lower limits of 30 for residential. And I guess I'm trying to understand too. And so that's the one question is kind of looking at our results in conjunction with that technical memorandum document. And then my other question is, how do they make it work in other parts of the world? I mean, 30K is being used quite broadly in Europe, and certainly when I've traveled there and driven there, I haven't felt that the street orientation or makeup was substantially different than here. So if you could provide some insight on that, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to the councillor. So the technical memo, yes, we all, and the coroner's report also speaks to it as well, right? Every 10 kilometers dropped in operating speed is actually, quite substantial in the reduction of severe injury or fatal. It's just getting people to actually adhere to what is posted. And I think the biggest thing for us here is not necessarily, we know that signs alone are not going to be the answer. And we know that people will drive what they feel comfortable doing. So in staff's opinion, we need to achieve slower speeds that are reasonable and still be able to implement traffic calming or other road safety measures or redesign a road reconstruction like Alexandra in order to provide the geometrics to have it all work together. And so while I'm not disagreeing with the WHO, the World Health Organization, or their comments, it's just a way for the city of Waterloo to go through and put through a recommendation that's going to be reasonable to drivers. And so we can have some positive and successful outcomes.
Thank you. I guess I don't know whether we have any anecdotal information. I mean, certainly I would say enforcement of speeds is absolutely not a tool that I've observed being used in other parts of the world. And yet people seem to choose to drive the speed limit. So is there anything anecdotal, even that's been discussed at TAC or any of those conferences related to other than narrowing streets and doing a whole bunch of work on street design? Like, is there anything that's been anything that works?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, the biggest thing is trying to tackle driver behavior. And a lot of municipalities are struggling to come up with what the best approach is. And there are many things that they've tried. And I think a lot of it is trying to see what's going to be working in North America and even Ontario, to be honest. If we can start to drive social change to say that it's okay and normal to drive speed limits, rather than the society's understanding that it's okay to drive 10 kilometers and over is okay, then I mean that's kind of where we have to get to, is the society has to agree that is a good thing. And so for us, putting in a bunch of having an entire toolbox and you choosing what might be most appropriate for each context sensitive location, I think that's where we're going to see the biggest bang for our buck. There's also a lot of other locations that use photo radar more than we do. And I know that's coming, and I know the region, and we're doing the trial. It's very costly, very time consuming, resource depleting, but I do think that possibly, that could be something we could look at more in the future as well.
Thanks. I think that's really helpful. And just one last question. Do you have an opinion if we went with 30K? One of the things I've always thought about is that if someone's doing 60, then they're double the speed limit and the ticket is quite substantive. And if I understand the HTA, their car could be impounded for doing 2 over, like twice the speed limit. Do you envision that like, is that your understanding as well?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, I do. And I think we're just going to come back to the same question, though. Do we have the people to do the enforcement? But yes,
Right.
I do think that would be something.
And I want to also be clear, your recommendation, if for some reason that council chose to go with 30 instead of 40, would you envision no change in speed limit around the school zones? You just keep them signed at 30?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. That was all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Hanmer. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Jenny. Thank you very much for all the work you've done in putting the report together in the survey, and gathering all of the information and putting the recommendations together. And also thank you for the work that you've done with me over the pandemic to look at ways of improving safety throughout Ward 1, and in particular the piloting that we've done of a few 40K and certainly 30 around the school zones. I think it has been helpful in making a difference. I do have a couple of questions, and they're along this similar line as Councillor Freeman, and that's really my mind goes quickly to the implementation component of whichever option we go with. And I'll say I have three questions, and maybe I'll give them all to you at the same time, and you can choose which way you want to answer them. I'm interested in knowing a little bit about the education strategy to change the behaviors and what you're thinking about with that. Surveillance, as you've said, is only part of the equation. It almost feels like a three-legged stool. You have the enforcement and surveillance component of it, as well as the signage, but quite to make a big difference, we do need to have that education component. And then the second piece of that is, are there any other, as we implement this, are there any other traffic calming measures that we need to be thinking about that will also help us get to the point of reduced traffic? And then actually, I'll save my last one till I'll leave you with those two, and then I'll come back to my last one.
Through Mayor to Councillor Hanmer, for the implementation and specifically into the communication public education piece, the City of Kitchener actually did a quite extensive public outreach when they did their pilot. And in their results, they actually found that the work that they did was very successful. So we're looking to kind of use some of their lessons learned. And one was to do postcards specific to each and every single household, letting them know what is coming, when it's coming, how and where. The other part was they actually brought in more media. So they, asked the media to come in. They had a CTV spot on the news to do some more of education out there. They ended up engaging the police for certain areas to test it and trial it, but engaging them at the beginning of when they first started going out to the certain neighborhoods. And then we've also heard from some of the older municipalities like City of Guelph. They've changed a couple of entry sign. As you go into the city, they have, watch for new speed signs, things like that. So that's going to be part of it. But I am going to look to our experts in communication to help us understand maybe what may be other options to get to people. The best way is to go to someone instead of asking them to come to you. So we're looking for ways where we can reach out to people to start getting the word, at least the education piece out and the communication. So that's on that part. And then I am so sorry if you can repeat your second question.
The second one was no, that's okay. The second question was around considerations for any traffic calming measures that we also may have to put in as we're reducing the speeds.
Yes. So we have an existing traffic calming policy, which is going to have to be reviewed regardless, I believe, no matter which option we choose today. We're going to have to look at that. And that is really kind of where we need to start with, is looking at that policy, because the policy looks at active and passive traffic calming measures. We do use a lot of seasonal traffic calming measures. We know that we've had some success with the digital radar boards. We know we've had success with the knockdown signs, and there's other opportunities where we can do some seasonal or temporary, or even some different permanent. And as we go through the capital reconstruction program, we're always looking for ways to redesign things to improve.
Well, and I'll add my support to the digital boards, because certainly when they've been in place throughout, where I've seen them throughout the city, and particularly in Ward 1, as they rotate around, it does make a difference in helping people think about it. Unfortunately, when it's not there, often you have to remind them again to come back. Which brings me to my last question, which is around the implementation timeline itself. I appreciate there's a lot of signs that need to be changed, and it just does take time to get all of that done. I worry, though, regardless of, again, which option we choose, we are going to be making a change. And I worry, just taking 4 years to do all of that, how do we make sure that we keep it first and foremost in drivers' minds that there is a reduced speed that we, for safety reasons, that we are expecting on our city streets and particularly in our school zones?
Sorry, through you, Mayor, to the Councillor Hanmer. That's just a high level estimate based on pure numbers and what we think. Right now, we only have 2 staff members that have the skills to put these signs in the ground. So we're looking at other ways where we can to implement it, but it really is sort of a resource limitation at the moment. But what we've learned from City of Kitchener is that what they thought was going to take more time, they're actually finding it's implementing a lot quicker. And as per the report, we will look to school zones and higher priority areas, like around libraries and other community centers and things like that, to implement them first. But yes, you're right. It will take some time, and that could be something that we build into our communications plan too, so we do not lose the message.
Yeah, because the message is we want our streets to be safe, and we want people to be traveling at those reduced rates. So thank you for that. And if I could, Mayor, just one final question. Jenny, I think you did speak, and the report speaks to it too, a differentiation in speeds around school zones. So I'm just struggling a little bit with, if we were to go to 30 everywhere, including the school zones, and so there isn't that differentiation. Is there going to be an impact potentially on the safety, or is the thinking that because it's a reduced speed everywhere that that should be safer?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Hanmer. Idealistically, I would say that there shouldn't be a change if everyone's driving 30 kilometers an hour. Realistically, we may see some concerns, because without that, drivers will drive what they see, and not that our school locations are changing, but if we don't sort of pop them out and bring attention to them in that moment as they're driving, then we may lose the importance of them.
I thank you. I appreciate that comment, that you've helped clarify for me, because that's a worry that I have, because it's not, we do need sometimes those visual things that will make us think differently about where we happen to be. So thank you for that. Mayor, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn over to Councillor Bonagor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I have a couple of very ward-specific questions for you, Jenny. So over the weekend, I got some concerned emails from residents in the Uptown North and McGregor Albert neighbourhoods. They'd been looking at the report in the packet, and looking at the neighbourhood installation map, they were concerned that they were not being included in the speed limits, on the revised speed limits. So just to clarify, those residential streets in Uptown North and McGregor Albert, they are included, but will be implemented street by street rather than zone wide. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bonagor. Yes, that is correct. They will be individuals.
Excellent. I just wanted to let anyone listening to hear that for themselves. That's great. Thank you.
Yes, but
sorry,
but just the class 4s and 5s.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, speaking of switching to different class roads now, so some of the collectors in Ward 7 under the proposals would remain at 40 kilometres an hour, such as William and Regina. Could that speed also apply to Albert Street, where it leads through the McGregor Albert community?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bonagor. Albert Street is a class 3 and would remain as posted as it is today. This is because not only is it class 3, but the function of that roadway, the function of that road is a collector, and as such, we need to differentiate between residential streets and collector streets. Yes, there are houses on them, but that street is meant to carry higher volumes of cars. So it would remain as posted 50.
Sorry to speak over you. I thought you were done. So the function is a collector, but the physical makeup is not. Like, this is a narrow street, there's curb-face sidewalk. It's got a huge number of homes and driveways, a fair amount of intersections. It abuts a school zone. There's lots of middle school students and university students walking and biking along this street. It's too narrow for a bike lane, so it has sharrows. This is a troublesome mix. And while I acknowledge that its function is a collector and it is designated class due to volume, like physically, it's more aligned to a lower class road. So I just want to push back on this, because I think Albert Street needs to be reviewed with its physical context in mind, particularly given our new transportation master plan, particularly given that we are trying to encourage the connectivity of our trails. And this is a complicated stretch. So can I ask that as this moves forward, staff review Albert Street between Bridgeport and Seagram at a minimum, potentially Erb to University if that's easier. But I just think it's worth review for possible designation to 40 kilometres, given the complexity and given the physical reality on the street.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bonagor. Yes, considering, so this report was on just class 4 and 5 residential. So what I can suggest and definitely do is take this away as part of a separate review for that section of Albert.
That would be very much appreciated. Thank you so much. My last question is related to kind of the pilots that we did, where we piloted 40 kilometre an hour neighbourhoods with 30 kilometre an hour school zones. The neighbourhoods where these were trialled were quite similar to each other in many ways. The neighbourhoods were both suburban, similar styles of roads, similar styles of traffic. But there were none conducted in the uptown grid neighbourhoods, which are very different. We have narrower streets, often curb-face sidewalks or narrow boulevards, grids that run between regional roads. I'm just curious as to the thinking about how those neighbourhoods were chosen and what that provides in information when considering the complexity of the uptown neighbourhood.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bonagor. The areas that were chosen were areas where on the outskirts of the city of Waterloo, where we could clearly define a neighborhood, like it was easily within the 2-kilometer border, where there were schools inside of that neighborhood. And so it was a clear and distinct area. We've been doing lots of other things in Uptown West on their own, specifically installing the seasonal traffic calming knockdown signs, plus all the Uptown West data collection. And we've implemented additional always stops within Uptown West. So while we may not have done the pilot, I think we were just choosing to have different areas to look at, recognizing that they are unique, that you can't, but so if a pilot is in one area, it may work, but it may not work in another. We know that Uptown, it does react a little bit differently. So we look at that, we're going to have different studies. So I'm not sure if that answered your question, but we really just picked two outside neighborhoods, clearly defined, that didn't have the complexities of an Uptown West situation.
Okay. Well, given that we don't have the data, I just want to point out to staff, as much as anyone listening in, like other cities have done pilots in the denser, more urban neighborhoods, and lower speeds did have an impact on overall speed. Often the average speed had a minimal impact. Like it had some impact, but the greatest impact was at the highest speeds. So Yarra City Council in Australia, they dropped their inner urban neighbourhood. They dropped one of them to 30 kilometres, down from 40. So we're looking at 40 or 30, but they went from 40 to 30. And they found the biggest drop was in extreme speeds. So the people who were driving the fastest were the ones that were most, they had the most impact on that. Okay, so I think that's all from me at the moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And just on that one concept regarding Albert Street, Bridgeport to University that Jenny had mentioned is a class 3, and today we're looking at class 4 and 5. If we were to build that into a motion, just so we don't all start thinking about what class 3 streets do we have in my ward, we might have just have this as an addendum item, or sorry, a fifth item on our motion today that clarifies that staff will review class 3 roads for their residential feel and something like that. But we'll craft that just so we don't get off track today on moving up to class 3 roads in our discussions, because we do have a delegate coming up. Next up, I have Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jenny and team, for the information and report back here. Maybe I'll start at the end and then work back or work up my way to sort of principles and ideas, but I'll start with sort of implementation. And I want to get a better sense of timelines. I know you've said their estimates. I know you've said that Kitchener's found they've been able to proceed faster than they thought. But roughly, from what I can see from the report, there are 36 sort of neighborhood chunks that staff have identified. And there is, and then there's some individual streets in Macca and Uptown North. But you've got an implementation schedule about 10% this fall, maybe about 35% in 2023. 10% would be about 3 or 4 of those neighborhood pockets. And then you get about 12 the following year. One, do I have that about right of how staff would sort of aim to proceed? And 2, can I get some detail on like how early in 2023 do these changes start to be felt? Because usually you have to wait for a thaw before you do locates and start to drill into the ground to put signposts in. And from a procurement standpoint, are we basically bundling lists as we'll buy X signs and we'll buy Y, of this, we'll buy Y signs of that, and do it at the beginning and then they'll come in? Or is this a sort of order as we go through the process? And I'm asking that just because I'm thinking about the different things councillors have thought or suggested they might do with this, and I just want to get a lay of the land on staff's implementation plan around how many neighborhoods about would we be looking at, and when are we sort of starting, and what does the procurement bundling sort of look like? Does it hinder an ability to sort of make for the new council to make different decisions?
Mayor Jaworski, I'll take this one through you to Councillor Henry. It's a challenge for our staff to install this number of signs based on the resources that we currently have. We have requested additional staff through the operating budget process. We will need to take a look at how many signs are needed, get a good hard number of the signs, because we don't have storage space. So it is very likely that we will be purchasing the signs in bundles as to when we can install them. And you're correct. In 2023, if we have to have new signposts go in, we'll be waiting until probably May for those to start because of frost in the ground and the requirement to have locates to install those to insert those posts into the ground. Other locations that we don't require posts, we could probably do quicker. We haven't done a deep dive into which sections we're going to do first. We would like to do the most vulnerable areas first, obviously the school zones. And we do have to have discussions with the city of Kitchener because they have not done their boundary roads. They are waiting for us. And we want to be able to do them together so that when you cross that imaginary boundary, which on some of the streets, people have a hard time understanding where it is, we're consistent with the signage and that we're doing it together. So there are a whole bunch of things that we have to plan before we can tell you this is what we're going to do for the next 2 to 3 years for this sign installation.
Thanks. That's helpful in terms of the flow. Notwithstanding you haven't done the look, it's in some areas and then more areas later in Euclid's profile. I'm asking that just to sort of get at if this council makes a decision one way or another, and in front of a sea of pitchforks, a new council gets elected to with a desire to make a different decision, and we won't have done the whole city in the fall. We won't have done very much of it at all, and we probably won't be in the ground until the spring with continuing it. So I think that's a democratic release valve that I think is helpful to think about if people are thinking about options for how to proceed. Another question I had, staff looking at the feedback, and I just want to get into the conclusions and the orientation of staff, because I'll tell you what I saw in the feedback, and then I want to ask what you sort of saw. What I saw in the feedback was, there was a group of there's people who responded to a survey, and then from the agency's point of view, we got a good number of people in those, and then from the agency's point of view, we got feedback from say GRT and from fire who mostly operate vehicles to get around the city, and then we got feedback from folks that work with children and keeping them safe in terms of schools and the student transportation services. So generally people who aren't driving, who are either ferrying folks perhaps through transit or trying to encourage other ways, and who see the idea of school zones as too narrow for their populations because children exist outside of school zones and need safe environments everywhere in their neighborhoods, not just in front of the school, that they come in and then they're inside and then they go out and then they're outside, but then they're mostly elsewhere. So I was curious about how staff sort of looked at those different perspectives and balanced them, because it seems that the feedback from is being driver oriented. What would drivers do? What would they follow? What's best for how drivers have responded to this versus what's best for the other road users we have on the road or around the road and in our streets, the perspective that's being shared sort of on their behalf or from people thinking through that vantage point. Because I see those two buckets and I see two different categories of responses that we've seen. So I'm wondering if staff could give me some sense of how they sort of viewed or parsed that, or is it Texas this, Kitchener's doing that, the majority of feedback was this way, and so here we are.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Henry. Oh, I'm trying to just digest that question. I think what I saw, and reading through all the comments, there were some really good comments from the residents, both sides actually, saying, if it's whatever is safer, just do it. Whatever's safer, just do it. And then to the very extreme opposite that says, doesn't matter what you posted, I'm going to drive it however I feel like. We have seen good response to the pilot zones that we saw some good results. We've seen some good results with other traffic calming measures. And I think overall, staff feels that the 40/30 is the most reasonable approach for all road users. So that, we are still going to be able to achieve Vision Zero philosophy. We still have our whole road safety action plan that's going to be reviewing collisions, looking at slicing and dicing that data. And I think it's important to remember that speed management is just one part of the whole picture. And I think that, and we saw that in the comments too, saying, well, yeah, that's great, but you need enforcement. Well, yeah, but you need this. So I think that I don't think we're going to please everybody, and I don't think we're going to be able to, have the solution that is going to be the silver bullet. I wish I did. I just think for the purpose of road safety, including all road users, not discarding the driver, and looking at our most vulnerable, that we really can do this by implementing option A.
And I'm going to suggest that Councillor Henry has finished his questions, and we'll move on to Councillor Vasek.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks for your report, and thanks everyone else for your questions. I have two main questions, maybe some follow-up, but yeah, I think that there's a couple things that I'm really like trying to work through, which is this the idea or the suggestion that it's going to be less safe if we go to 30 kilometers, option B. The idea that there might be more road rage or tailgating or confusion or whatever, it might make it less safe. And the whole goal here is to make things more safe. So I'm just trying to understand, and I still don't have a grasp on it, which is, where's the evidence for that? Like, for people less likely to adhere to road designs, or spite the reduction, to go really fast and have more road rage or increase risk and decrease safety. I'm just trying to understand the evidence and where that comes from, or if it's just a sense that would happen. Yeah, if you could like dive deeper on that for me, that would be really helpful.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vasek. We don't necessarily have exact data on, why people speed. It could vary from day to day, and from person to person, quite honestly. I think that it's reasonable to say that, people are not going to like whatever reduction that we give them, or whatever reduction that is out there. But it's difficult to determine whether they'd be more or less upset with a 40 versus a 30, or whether a 30 would induce more road rage and more of the tailgating. In speaking, now I don't have that specific data in Waterloo, but in speaking with industry experts, they have said that they have done studies across the country, and they have seen those higher numbers. So, I'm going by, what I've seen here in Waterloo, what I've experienced in other municipalities, and also in speaking with those who specialize in road safety, to tell me that I don't have a linear equation to say if it's 40, then it will be, 20% road rage or compliance. I don't think we have that, specific linear data, but we can say that it is more likely to happen if the drop is not reasonable in terms of the driver's eye.
Okay, thanks. The other municipalities that the experts you've consulted have pointed to, what was sort of the nature of the reductions that they did, and what they saw higher what? Higher road rage, higher fatalities, higher accidents?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vasic, it was in the road rage, passing, driver mistakes, speeding and aggressive driving elsewhere. They found that those were more of the probabilities. And what they said was, is that, you know, it's the thought that you slowed me down in the neighborhood, now I have to catch up somewhere else. My time, and really we know through the travel time app that we had, it's seconds, but in someone's, you know, in their perception, it could be minutes or many minutes, you know, in their daily commute, and that may set them off in terms of, you know, irritability. So it was really making poor choices they saw, not necessarily evolving or ending up in the higher collisions, but the risk was higher because the actions were more so.
And do you offhand know, I don't want to go too deep, I guess, into this, but do you offhand know like how many communities they looked at? Was there a speed reduction like from 50 to 40 in those communities? Like, do you have kind of an idea of what the research methodology was in the study when it was conducted?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. And no, the one particular expert, Russell Brownlee, that I spoke to, he's been an expert in road safety for, I don't want to date him. He may get mad if he's listening. For, you know, a few decades, and he's researched this for pretty much his entire career. And so he has multiple studies on this. If council's interested, then that's something that, you know, perhaps we could take offline, and I could get more information and come back with it with more specifics.
Yeah, you know, like for me, this is the big piece, which is it actually going to happen, or are we worried it's going to happen? The idea between an incremental shift, and is that actually the best in this case, or is going to 30 actually going to make things safer? So for me, that's the big missing piece for me. So I would love more. I don't know if that means that I don't know what that means for a decision today, but maybe we'll have to make one. Maybe we would defer it. I'm not really sure, but that information would be amazing. Thank you, Jenny. My second question, like main question, sorry everyone, is how would going to 40 or 30, so change or influence road design, or the lens through which road design happens? If you could maybe speak to 40 and also 30, that would be really helpful for me.
Sure, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vasic. Through the Transportation Master Plan, we've been talking about design, and I know that that was a big conversation with design speeds. We have already started to make changes in our road design, and for reconstruction is the biggest one, because then we get to move curbs. And so that has already been ongoing. If we were to, and then we've actually been designing them specific to the context. So Alexandra fronts a school, so we designed the road for a 40 km/h speed limit. If we were to go to a 30, then we would have to look at if there are any additional specifics or criteria that we would have to look at. I don't think we may not be able to, shrink the road lane widths any more than 3 meters, because they're already, as small as we can get, and reducing the parking, and putting in bump outs and traffic calming. What we may see is, if we do some redesigns, you might actually see more vertical and more extreme horizontal traffic calming built in, rather than what we have now. But I don't think it's going to be I don't think it's going to look as any different, if that makes any sense. Like but because it's already been built in, so we are doing it, and we will continue to.
Like, you're already doing it for 40 or for 30?
For 40.
Right. So I guess then my follow-up question to that is, there is some public desire for 30. There is some evidence to suggest that every 10 kilometers you reduce, there's fewer fatalities. People are moving in that direction worldwide. So if we're designing everything for 40 now, shouldn't we be designing it for 30, even if, let's say we were going to 40 today, let's say everyone votes for 40, shouldn't we still be looking at road redesign through the lens of 30 if we know that it reduces fatalities overall?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vasic. That's something I'm not sure that I can answer right at the moment, unfortunately. I think that will have to be depending on this decision. So we design it to a posted 40 or an operating 40. Like we typically, but in the past, the Ministry of Transportation Ontario, they used to design it for 20 kilometers over. We don't do that anymore. We actually design to the speed limit of what we want people to drive, not building in a huge buffer for error like the highways used to. So I think you'll see that a lot of the criteria for 40 and 30 will be the same in terms of the basics for road redesign, road reconstruction.
Okay, but you're not totally sure.
Well, no, we design it for 40 now, but should we be designing it to 30 right now?
Yeah.
If our speeds aren't posted 30 and we're not asking them to drive 30, then I'm not sure that we would design to 30.
Right. So I guess that's the question for me is one of the arguments is, like you can't just have signs, or you can't just have the road redesign, or you can't just have the enforcement. You need all of them. So if the goal is 30, and I think the goal is 30, even if it's not today from everybody, I feel like that's the goal, right? And that's what the world is working towards. So why? I guess the reason to design for 40 right now is because the argument is it could be safer, maybe, and people just aren't there yet. I'm just saying that out loud to see if I kind of have the gist of the staff recommendation. Would you be able to confirm, Jenny? Am I off base, or am I understanding?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, yes. Putting sort of in a tough spot.
Sorry. You know what?
Okay.
It's hard because we're virtual too. I genuinely just have this is a big decision we have in front of us. And so I just genuinely have these questions of you that are just coming to the surface now.
And I can completely appreciate, and I'm happy to try and answer what I can. It's hard, it's staff's position to think that we feel that we have a pretty good road network now. We are improving it every year. I think our transportation master plan has set out some pretty amazing goals. I think we have a great program lined up, and I think the 40 and 30 lines up well with it to ensure that the safety of our community will continue to improve and will continue to be one that we will be proud of.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much for answering all my questions.
Excellent, thank you. And thank you very much, Jenny, for your wise responses. And I do have good news. We're about to get to a delegation, citizen, and we'll invite in Jason Thistlethwaite, who's speaking as co-president of Uptown West Neighborhood Association. So we'll just pause a moment while we let Jason in and bring up his presentation.
Thanks. How am I sounding?
You sound great, Jason. You have up to 10 minutes.
Well, I'd like to begin by thanking council and staff for the opportunity to speak today. I know the last 2 years have been difficult, and your public service is a noble act on behalf of the community you serve. My name is Jason Thistlethwaite, and I'm here today representing the board of the Uptown West Neighborhood Association. I'd like to provide some perspective on behalf of our community regarding the speed management review. This presentation reflects conversations and engagements we've had with a range of our community members. Slide, please. We support option B, as outlined in the staff report. For many in our community, there is a sentiment that people have a right to feel safe on our streets, and drivers don't have a right to take that away. Indeed, municipalities have the responsibility to protect those rights. We began our conversation with neighbors by asking whether they felt safe on our streets. The response was clear. People did not. Indeed, David's earlier presentation made this point as well. Furthermore, we don't need to ask people, given the number of signs we see pleading with drivers to slow down on people's yards. I pass these signs every day as I'm taking my daughter to school. We also hear stories not reported in data about the number of near misses and close calls with cars driving too fast. We heard this especially among the many seniors and young families in our neighborhood. Slide. I'll begin with a story that reflects a common response we heard in our engagement. One neighbor wondered why we needed to reduce speeds lower than 40 kilometers per hour. Isn't that enough? The neighbor questioned. But the position quickly changed after hearing about the benefits of moving to 30 kilometers an hour. Chief among them, of course, is public safety. It clearly reduces the risk. As we're all aware, a pedestrian has a 90% chance of survival when cars are driving at 30 kilometers an hour, whereas that drops to 50% at 45 kilometers an hour. Slide. A few others pointed out that it's the extreme speeds that they were most concerned about. This concern is justified based on the staff report that indicated traffic studies reveal an 85th percentile speed often exceeds 45 kilometers an hour. It doesn't matter how good of a driver you are at these speeds. Your reaction and braking time won't be enough to stop before the first two children you see here in this image. And like many Waterloo neighborhoods, we have plenty of children in our neighborhood, and you could hear this argument from David's presentation earlier as well. A reduction to 30 kilometers an hour made sense as a deterrent against excessive speed. People felt that there was a difference between driving 60 in a 40 zone and 60 in a 30 zone, which is much more pronounced, and as we heard, punishments much more significant. Slide. We also heard that people supported 30 kilometers per hour since more braking time is needed more now than ever, thanks to new car technology. Modern vehicles require longer braking distances to accommodate poor sight lines that obscure children and adults alike. Many people are now also driving hybrids that are heavier and generating more momentum that we know from physics causes a higher risk of injury and death. These cars are quieter, further limiting a pedestrian's ability to hear them approaching an intersection. Slide. Neighbors were also aware of Vision Zero and were pleased to hear that 30 kilometers an hour helps achieve its main objective. Some were skeptical that in fact the city had a policy that it could use to encourage what Vision Zero envisions in terms of its core objective. Even countries like the UK, where automobile culture is very popular, are recognizing the benefits that 30 kilometers an hour exceeds the cost. Wales has even mandated it across the entire country. This explains why Canadian cities like Ottawa and neighborhoods in Toronto have followed this example. And like some of the councillors have mentioned, I can see that certainly in the next few years, you're going to see just more and more pressure to move to 30 kilometers an hour on residential streets. Slide. Some other points we heard, and this is a point that comes down to whether the city is ultimately serious about some of its other commitments. The reduction of 30 kilometers an hour demonstrates the council is committed to implementing some hard-fought accomplishments in other areas. 30 kilometers an hour helps advance the city's commitment to transform WR by encouraging active transportation. Pedestrians, especially in areas with adequate transit, need to feel safe. And of course, reducing speed limits helps achieve the city's strategic plan, which calls for safe, sustainable, and equitable transportation. 30 kilometers an hour limits makes it safer for all stakeholders, pedestrians, drivers, and transit users. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the benefits of reducing noise reduction and air pollution. Noise reduction came up a lot among our neighbors who are frustrated by the loud car noises at night. We also know that air pollution is emerging as a major determinant of poor health. Reducing to 30 kilometers an hour is ultimately one of those nice policy solutions that checks many boxes in terms of benefits that the city has committed to. And finally, We heard how people were encouraged that 30 kilometer reduction could encourage the adjustments in road design further needed for safety. Slide. Like many in the consultation, neighbors were concerned that the benefits associated with the reduction in speed limits were elusive without effective street design and enforcement. And we asked people about what they thought if design and enforcement remained the same. Here are some of them, and I'm paraphrasing here from memory, so please do not take these as verbatim. You have to start somewhere. At least it's doing something. Changing the signs is the most basic thing we can do to protect my family's safety. If we can't get the little things right, why should we expect the city to get the big things right? So on behalf of the Uptown West Neighborhood Association Board, we appreciate that reducing speed limits is in fact a courageous decision. We also appreciate the work that's gone into the Transportation Master Plan and the city's effort to promote public safety. Ultimately, we believe that option B is an effective means of achieving public safety and demonstrates that the city values public safety and is willing to do something about it. Thank you for your time and consideration. That's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Jason. Just hold on while we see if there's any questions of clarity, although it's well laid out. I'll just pause for a second after the ward councillor. First up for questions is Councillor Bodley. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Sorry, I've got somebody leaving a message on my home phone here if that's interrupting. But thanks, Jason. Appreciate the presentation here. I'd like to dive in a little bit more on how your sort of grassroots consultations have gone with the neighbors, because I know from my conversations with folks on this topic that, you know, the initial reaction is often as you sort of alluded to, oh, 40 is enough, or the initial reaction is maybe 30 is too slow, until you start diving into some of the data there. Did you sort of find when you were going through your own sort of grassroots consultation that, you know, the vast majority of folks who were in supportive of going to 40 were also supportive of going to 30, or did you find that there was a number of folks who were not in favor of going all the way to 30 but thought that 40 was good? Or did you find that it was really just the folks who didn't want to see any change at all who thought 30 was the really too slow number?
So yesterday I was lucky enough to be at the Grand Porch Party and Uptown West Neighborhood Association, the tent there. So we got to talk to more people than we did in our initial consultation. And the overwhelming response was the slower the better, is what we heard over and over again. And so when they thought, you know, many people wondered, oh, just basically, if you explained why some of the science supports the move from 40 to 30, you know, people had very little opposition to it. They thought it made a lot of sense, particularly given that reduction, you know, certainly may not seem like much, but in terms of public safety and risk reduction, that's really where you start to see policy around speed limits starting to generate the benefits that are desired through the plan. So I wouldn't say in our neighborhood we had, you know, it was mostly that makes sense. I think the slower the better is the way to go. And you know, certainly there is a bit of a sample error or sample bias in our neighborhood. Most of these people are active members of the community who really care about the well-being of their neighborhoods and the community around them.
That's great. Thank you, Jason. That's it for me, Mayor Jaworski.
Thank you. And I don't see any other questions, so I'll turn over to Ward Councillor Bonagor.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thanks, Jason, for coming today and bringing this. I can tell you that from what I've heard, I mean, I've gone biking around the entire ward, chatting with people while they were cleaning their cars, while they were walking down the street, while they were kind of doing their homework on the front porch. And what I've heard consistently is lower is better. And what I've heard consistently from Uptown West is a preference for 30. So certainly I think what you've brought here is it seems to be a very accurate representation of how the neighborhood has expressed its sentiment to me as well. So I thank you and the Neighbourhood Association for putting so much effort into this and for reaching out both to me and your neighbours to help engage people, because it is a big decision, it is a big discussion. And I think the more people that are aware of it and have information and the chance to have some input is really great. So thanks for being part of that, and thanks for helping make that happen and for coming today to share it with us.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to chat, and I appreciate all the hard work council and staff has put into this.
Okay, thank you very much, Jason. And I think we can, I think you can go on mute and listen in here, or simply enjoy from YouTube. You have the option of either. Next up, I think we're at end of delegations. I'll just ask the clerk. Well, I know the clerks confirm that. And so what I'm going to do is turn it back. I'm in council's hands here. We could go with the report as written, but I do know out of courtesy, one of our councillors wanted to introduce an alternative, and then we can see where we go from there. So I'm referring to you, Councillor Bodley, and we'll see if we can introduce that and go from there.
Perfect. So staff have it up on screen. Would you like me to read it for?
Yeah. Can you read it? And also I'll ask Brooke to enlarge it for people who've worked here for decades as who've worked for decades in this. That's better. Thank you very much.
Perfect. So I'd like to put this amended motion forward, please. And if I have a seconder, I'd be happy to speak to it. The amended motion that I'd like to put forward is that staff are directed to implement option B, which is 30 kilometers per hour on all class 4, collector, and 5 local residential streets as outlined in the report, subject to a revised implementation plan to be approved by council at a later date that is context sensitive to individual streets that may require 40 kilometer per hour signage. And if I have a seconder, I'd be happy to sort of comment on that, if I may.
Yeah, you do. Councillor Henry has seconded. And just for clarity, I think this just simply replaces the written recommendation number 2. Recommendations 1, 3, and 4 still stand. Is that correct?
Now you got me going back and forth here.
I'm almost positive because the rest is about financing, implementation time, and generic approval of the report.
I will take your word for it then. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take this, and I do know Councillor Bonagor has something that is separate and distinct. So let's back to you, Councillor Bodley.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, Mayor Jaworski. So I'd just like to speak to sort of why here, and I know that council has heard me speak on this before, but I will reiterate some of the things that I think are really important before I dive into the public engagement and the specific report and the specific motion. So. And some of the comments that the delegate made are very much in line with the reasons why, but just very briefly, one is data. In short, it works. The pilot projects within the city, limited as they may be, they verify the emerging data that we've seen from around the world. And that data has shown that there have been reductions in casualties, reductions in serious injuries, and reductions in vehicular accidents. And that these correspond to drops in speeds that in some cases can range up to 10 or more kilometers an hour, depending on the context of the street. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the direction in which the world is headed on this topic and the opportunity for the city of Waterloo to show real leadership on this issue. So it was only 2 years ago, February 2020, when the Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety adopted the Stockholm Declaration, which requires 30 kilometer an hour limits whenever vulnerable road users and vehicles mix. And they made that in the name of safety, yes, but also air quality and climate action. In August of 2020, so just over a year and a half ago now, not even 2 years ago, the General Assembly of the United Nations endorsed that Stockholm Declaration. And the sort of route or the direction that the rest of the world is headed on this is fully in support of that. There's more than 20 million people in the United Kingdom who live in jurisdictions where it is 20 miles per hour, which roughly translates to 30 kilometers per hour. Jurisdictions around the world are on the leading edge of this. And even since the city of Waterloo started debating this in earnest just over a year ago, we've seen more and more jurisdictions added to that list, including in the city of Ottawa, where a significant portion portion of the downtown is entirely 30 kilometers an hour, many more streets. And so that leads to the third point for me, which is around fiscal responsibility. We are being asked today to approve $500,000 roughly in signage to improve the safety of our street network. And for me, the question becomes, if this is the direction the world is headed, why would we spend this money twice when we have the opportunity to get it right the first time? The next two pieces I want to speak to are on enforcement. While I know that many residents and myself would appreciate more enforcement on residential streets, I understand the pressures on WRPS in terms of being able to do so. But that said, I think just the signage itself is an act of enforcement. It will act as a significant deterrent for those folks who are going in those crazy 85th percentile speeds that I know my council colleagues see when we look at traffic studies on some of our neighborhood streets. Somebody going 75 kilometers an hour in front of a neighborhood park or a school or just on any residential street, in my opinion, they should be subject to a stunt driving charge, and they would if we went to 30, but would not if we went to 40. The engineering piece is something that we've talked about a lot, and I know that the signage is merely a tool in the toolbox, and I don't think that we can just put down a sign and wash our hands of the situation, of course. But on the contrary, I believe that this is the catalyst for helping drive the changes that we want to see on new streets and to better align how streets are to be retrofitted. I think this will help drive more interventions, whether they are temporary interventions like seasonal traffic calming, or whether they are more permanent ones when budget permits, such as speed bumps or bump outs or wider sidewalks or more pedestrian crossings. So that's my case. When I talk about this specific report, I do want to take some time to thank staff. I appreciate and I take very seriously, going against the staff recommendation or recommending something counter to what staff are recommending. And I do appreciate their comments and their feedback and everything that they've put forward in the work that they've done on this report. But I want to reference something that I'm sure many of my council colleagues here have done, and that's attending walkabouts for the elementary schools in your ward. I've done many of them in my first term, and I'm sure my council colleagues have done so as well. During these walkabouts, we hear from parents about the granular problems in their school area. We've been told that the real solution is to drastically limit the number of parents who drive their kids to school. And on the flip side, we've been told that when they survey parents about why they drive their kids to school, it's a catch-22. And they say that they drive their kids to school because they don't feel safe letting them walk or cycle the entire route, not just in front of school, but the entire route. And so not only are the parents and schools our partners in addressing these challenges and supporting option B, a key partner is STSWR. And in the report, the public engagement from them makes the case greatly, in particular, the commentary about school zones not being the only place children walk and cycle. The next thing I want to address with this report is around the shift in public support that we've seen. Since we began these consultations, we have generally seen public support increase on lower speed limits generally and in favor of 30 kilometers an hour. If I look at some of the comments in particular, I do want to push back on some of the comments within that report. One of the comments was that collisions are user error, not speed. Well, we know that that's not true. We know that speed is the #1 factor in collisions and fatalities in our road network. We had somebody make a comment that if we lower the limit, then we would have to rethink the trip route so that we are not going through the neighborhood. We literally today just heard about why this is a problem for folks in our neighborhoods. And I will say anecdotally that it has, since I have started driving 30, 35 kilometers an hour, it has made me rethink my trip route as well too. And for me personally, whenever I ask people about dropping to 40, when I say, what about 30? Inevitably, the response is even better. I think the appetite is there. It is very understandable why residents are so passionate about this topic. These are the streets that front our neighborhood parks and schools. It's where our children and families walk and cycle to visit friends. It is where our seniors get out for exercise, and they are often our streets with fewer official pedestrian crossings. And so I appreciate council consideration for my motion. And based on my discussions with staff, I think my motion addresses that there may well be some class 4 or 5 streets where a 40 kilometer an hour limit is more appropriate, ones with backlotted homes, very few pedestrians, where the streets do act as collectors. And I see my amended motion as simply the reverse of the one put forward by staff, rather than saying school zones are the exception area and there where we really should prioritize greater safety by lowering the limit. My motion put forward here says that all of the neighborhood residential streets should be prioritized for greater safety with some appropriate exceptions. And so I'm asking for my council colleagues here to consider being leaders on this topic, to really align with our TMP and Vision Zero goals, to help drive the culture change that we want to see on our streets, instead of looking back in a few years as we make the decision to roll out 30-kilometer-an-hour zones piecemeal a few years from now, wishing that we had taken this opportunity that we have presented in front of us today. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate consideration from my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bodley. And, I would say that certainly staff and council are on the same wavelength, that reducing speed is something that we all want to do. We're simply at the matter of choosing what that speed should be. So I think that staff is very much in tune with what we want to do and brought us great information that we can now debate. I know Councillor Henry has seconded, so I'm going to yield the floor to Councillor Henry next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bodley, for bringing the motion forward and for the extensive discussion, your argument for why this is something that, in your view, Council should advance. I won't seek to duplicate any of your fantastic comments. I agree with all of them wholeheartedly. I would add a couple of things. First, the most common objection to doing anything, any one thing in particular, is that it is not by itself all of the things. This is so frequently why Twitter is a horrible place to be, proposing one solution for one part of a big problem. You are not solving all of the problem with your piece of that. That's true. This will not solve the problem of speeding in our neighborhoods by itself and on its own. Neither, of course, would 40. And so the question is, as Councillor Bodley put, where are we trying to go and how do we get there? We look forward through the windshield or ahead of us while we are walking or biking. We don't look through the rear view mirror to where we have been and where some others have gone in the hopes of finding safety behind us. Safety must be ahead of us. In terms of fiscal responsibility, I take Councillor Bodley's point about $500,000, but I would increase that substantially. As we heard, roads are already being designed in residential areas toward a design speed of 40 kilometers an hour, anticipating this is the direction council would go. But over the next 10 years, we will spend at the city between $50 and $100 million on reconstructing roads in the city of Waterloo. Most of those, almost all of those, will be these class 4 and 5 roads. And that level depends on how much infrastructure investment additionally that subsequent councils choose to put into the budget. That is a lot of money to be investing. And similar to the climate context that I think we often talk about, if you were building a new building today, you don't want to have to retrofit it, when only half the lifespan of the building has already happened. You'll want to do it right the first time. And we talked about that for buildings at this council. We have to also do that for our roads. And this is an excellent example of doing that. We need to build to the speed we want so everywhere in our residential areas is safe. So thank you, Councillor Bodley, for bringing this forward, and thank you, staff, for bringing us the information that we needed to consider today.
Excellent, Councillor Henry. This is exciting. I have in the next person in the queue is Councillor Vasic. Please go ahead.
Thanks, through you, Mayor Jaworski. It is exciting. I wish we were in person. It's such an exciting conversation. And I am also not going to repeat, but there were many things there that I wanted to bring up, but a couple others I just want to highlight that I'm throwing around as well, which is the preferred option and the survey results. I know we're hearing a lot that most people think lower is better. So I just wanted to point to the report to say that preferred option for option A is 41.4%. Option B, or no preference, which indicates could also be for option B, is 35%-ish, which is really only a 6% difference. So I just wanted to highlight that as noting that there is possibly not no support for option B, or less public support for option B in the report as well. And then the other thing I wanted to say is it was such a great conversation around communication earlier in education that Councillor Hanmer brought up, which is, we really, and I didn't realize, Jenny, that we were going to be sending postcards to everyone's home address. And so we're really in the driver's seat here around education and communication. And we can really drive buy-in in such an amazing way by really framing this conversation when we put it out, or this decision when we put it out for hopefully 30, to say, just like in COVID at the beginning times, we are in this together. Like, we all believe that one fatality is too many fatalities. And so we can frame that all in the communication and education, and we're really driving that. And so I just wanted to highlight those 2 points about the preferred option and about the communication and education, and really thank everyone, staff, and also Councillor Henry and Councillor Wally for their comments before mine.
Thank you. And since I actually have a question, I'm going to insert myself in here because I think the rest are commentary. And I'll ask Commissioner Dykstra or Fire Chief Heptich to listen in. I'm just looking at the report on page 78, and it's City of Waterloo Fire Rescue Services. Indicates here that Waterloo Fire Rescue would be in support of option A. And I think that the rest of the stuff that follows that is really that they're exempt anyway, so it really doesn't matter. So I'm thinking that the commentary about Waterloo Fire Rescue applies to any lowered speed limit, but was particularly commenting on what was on the table, which is option A, not so much debating it, so to speak. So I just wanted to confirm with Commissioner Dykstra that the reality is Waterloo Fire Rescue is not impacted by any decrease in speed that council may see or may choose to implement today.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Having chatted with Chief Heptich on this item, no concerns identified at this point, so the direction can be supported by Waterloo Fire Rescue.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I wasn't asking for any debate or support of what's going on here, but it seemed that the commentary from Waterloo Fire Rescue was strictly on what was on the table, which was in the report option A. So thank you very much, Commissioner Dykstra. Moving on to Councillor Veith.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you, staff, for this report. And I want to thank Councillor Bodley for his alternative motion, but I can't support it at this time. I don't want to get in on talking about roundabouts or things like that, but I think the staff recommendation is a great one. In my ward right now, I mean, right out in my section of the neighborhood, the 40 on Glen Forest Boulevard has worked really well, and I mean, nobody complained about it, but I do know that people in my neighborhood would accept 40 on their residential streets and 30 in front of schools for sure. So and I think we need to be consistent, and we need to work with the City of Kitchener as well. And I think drivers need to see a reason to slow down. And I think we need to make our streets more fun or more social, we need to have activities closer to the road. And I think, my neighborhood has a lot of mature streets where the trees are tall and they make a canopy over the street. And I think, I think if we're animating the sidewalks, if we have interesting front yards, and we allow on, kids to play hockey or to, walk on the street if they have to. I just think, and more activities rather than putting up signs all over the place. And I just think 30 is too inhibiting, too slow. And I think we can get where we want to go with 40 as per the staff report. So that's where I'm at this point in my time on council, and talking to neighbors, and not just my neighbors, but other people. I've thrown this out there. You know, I've said to people the last couple of weeks, listen, we're going to be talking about 30 and 40 zones in our neighborhoods, and people are going, well, you know, 30, you might as well block off the road, right? So anyway, that's where I am, and it's a great conversation. And I again thank you, Councillor Bodley and Councillor Henry, for the alternative motion, but I won't be supporting it at this time. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you very much, Councillor Veith. Moving on to Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, Mayor, and I too will echo comments of thanks for the staff report as well as the consideration of the motion, alternative motion that's being put forward. When I ask through my ward, and as I've said before, we've done in certain of the streets the 40 and the 30 throughout, and that has begun to be accepted, and we're starting to see some changes, and it is starting to make the streets safer. When I ask about going to 30, there's not a lot of support to. There's concern about going to 30. There's definitely support in making it safer streets. But as the alternative motion is put forward, and respecting the residents in my ward, I can't support it as it is, as it's being put forward. I think the staff report and the staff recommendations are the direction for us to go at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. Moving on to Councillor Bonagor.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. So I have a few comments. I've been thinking about this a lot, as we all have. Now, back in 2012, Toronto's Chief Medical Officer and the Ontario Coroner, they both urged 30 kilometres an hour in residential areas and 40 kilometres an hour on other roads. Now, nothing has changed since then. Like, in fact, cars have gotten bigger, heavier, and with e-vehicles, quieter. The National Association for City Transportation Officials in the US, it's known as NACTO, they have noted that what feels safe for a driver may not actually be what is safe on the road, because drivers aren't always aware of the full context of the surroundings they're going through. So they recommend 30 kilometres an hour in residential zones. The UN says that 30 kilometres an hour supports sustainable development goals and is particularly needed in urban areas where people live, work, and play. Now, we are an urbanizing, intensifying city. This is only going to become more relevant. In the survey, we saw that people tended to prioritize safety in their own neighborhood, but then were more likely to start prioritizing travel time outside of it. But the thing is, once you leave your neighborhood, you are automatically in someone else's. Doesn't their safety matter too? So cities that have tried 30 kilometres an hour have seen an impact. I referenced this before. Seattle reported safety improvements with signs alone. Yarra City in Australia saw a small drop in average speeds, but a pretty big drop in extreme speeds. So the signs alone slowed down the worst offenders and had flow-on benefits to surrounding areas. But, people have rightly raised the question of buy-in. If drivers are willing to do 40, should we take the minor win? Should we accept that C grade rather than strive for an A? For me, what it comes down to is streets are for people. Some of those people are in cars some of the time. Most people aren't most of the time. So who is this policy really for? Across my ward, I've biked around, I've emailed, I've spoken to people, bugging them on their lunch breaks every chance I can. Some areas almost unanimously want 30 kilometres an hour in their neighbourhood. Others, the feedback is more mixed, but almost everyone wants lower speeds. As I see it, 30 kilometres an hour is the wise choice based on the report 40 kilometers an hour looks like the pragmatic choice. But long term, our decision today is going to reshape how we build our roads in the future. Like, we're talking about signs today, but the redesigns will come. Usually when I sit here in council, I wear my ward hat, but I also consider things on a citywide scale. For this issue, though, I am here just as the Ward 7 representative, and roads in Ward 7 are different to many other roads in the city. Lower is better. Either way, whatever way the vote goes today, it's going to be a win. But for my ward in particular, one option is distinctly better than the other. Having a base of 30 kilometers an hour with the option to go up to 40 where appropriate, it seems wise and it's what fits my ward. So I will be supporting this alternative motion. Should the majority of council opt not to support this motion, though, I will have an amendment for the staff, for the motion that is in the packet. So those are my thoughts for at the moment and where I stand, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonagor. And to the clerk, what I was looking at this is just since we will have two items to discuss, is that we will take this one as an amendment to the current motion. That'll allow Councillor Bonagor to get her amendment as well. We'll discuss that, then we'll take the vote on the whole thing. I'm not sure if I've heard from Councillor Freeman or if a hand was up there. I'm just lost in the chat.
Sorry. We're just going to adjust the volume for a moment. I believe that Councillor Bonagor was indicating that her motion would not be considered until after a vote is taken on this motion that is before council. And to confirm that, I believe the last portion of the last sentence covers the suggestion you had made earlier, Mayor, regarding those potential Class 3 vehicles.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that. I have Councillor Freeman up now. Thank you very much to the clerk. Councillor Freeman, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I've just been listening to the discussion, and I'm finding it really hard because I feel very much on the fence on this issue because I want to support the staff recommendation. I feel as though, you know, it aligns with the city of Kitchener. It is in keeping with what we heard more broadly on the survey. And I'm trying to remember, but I want to say that we had over 1,000 people comment on the survey. I kind of like the idea of there being a a change in speed around schools to make that even more obvious. But I know that I've been campaigning for 30 for a long time, and so I'm just finding myself really undecided in terms of which way to go. So that's why I've been silent, Mayor, because I'm really trying to noodle through this. The truth is that I would honestly kind of support any way that my colleagues really want to go. Like I'm willing to go lower, but at a minimum, I need to see the number at 40. And so, so this is where I'm at. I'm really trying to think this through in my mind's eye. There was commentary on the Eastridge Facebook site around this, and in every case, individuals seem to think that they don't have a role in reducing speed. That the speed reduction rule has to be entirely based on enforcement, and that is just a real disappointment to me because I mean, that's kind of like saying that you're not going to stop smoking unless someone's standing next to you and breaking the cigarette in half for you so that you won't smoke it. It just doesn't resonate in my mind's eye. I think we really have to take a leadership role in how we choose to drive in our neighborhoods. And I agree with Jenny's comment around driver behavior, and that's the biggest bang for making a difference around all of this. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm really struggling with where I want to go on this piece.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, lots of good discussion here today, particularly by the councillors on this topic. I do see Councillor Hanmer has a hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. My question or comment is more on a point of order. You indicated at the beginning that we had two potential amendments to the motion. I'm just confused as to why we are only considering one, and we will only consider the second one if I don't know what happens to the first one. I would have thought if there are two proposed amendments to the motion, we would be hearing both of those at the same time.
Yeah, they're just by different people. I'm going to turn it over to the clerk just to give us some advice on that. I've
Thank
never
you.
had to deal with two separate amendments.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Hanmer, you only have one amendment on the floor at this time for council consideration. An additional amendment was mentioned, but it has not been moved. So the amendment for council to consider at this time is the one that is on the screen. And my understanding is that only if that motion failed that Councillor Bonagor had a follow-up proposal. But given that she has indicated support for this motion that's on the screen, I would suggest that you consider this one at this time.
So in actual fact, we should not have had both of them, an indication that there were two motions to amend our current motion.
Through the chair to Councillor Hanmer, I think that was offered as a courtesy, but it is not before council for consideration.
Thank you.
Excellent clarity, getting ahead of myself by not having eyes on everyone. Be good to get back in the chamber. With that, I'll see if there's any closing comments by the mover.
Thank you. Through your Mayor Jaworski, I'd be happy to provide just brief closing comments that I do, as you said, I believe that the intent of staff and all of my council colleagues is to is in line with what, frankly, we hear from the majority of our residents, which is to make our streets safer. That's what we're considering today. And yes, I believe that 40 kilometers an hour is safer. And I think that that helps us push the ball down the field, so to speak. But I happen to believe that 30 kilometers an hour is the bold, more aggressive choice. And that's why I've put this one forward. But I really do not think that I hope that my council colleagues and staff and anyone who's listening who think counter to the motion that I've put forward today, it is not an indictment of where your head is at. I know everyone's head is in the right place, and I know that this is a difficult and challenging consideration, and I do appreciate that council has had such thoughtful deliberation on this, and I look forward to seeing where the vote goes. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well said, Councillor Bodley. I think that was an excellent wrap up, very respectful of everyone involved. And like us, we're all on the same wave. We're all on the same wavelength here, wanting to do better for our community on speeds. I don't think anybody's saying I don't think we'll see anybody keep the same speed as we have today. I don't see anything further. And I'll explain my vote once we're done. But with that, and just so not to skew anything here, with that, I'm going to call the vote, beginning with Ward 1, please.
Just for clarity, we are voting on the amendment to B, correct? And not the other items, or are we voting on all of it?
Well, so to the clerk, I would suggest we're probably, well, I'm going to go to the clerk for the official one.
Thank you and apologize. We just have to adjust our volume. Through the chair to Councillor Hanmer and all of council, the motion on the screen right now would be replacing the second part of the recommendation. So the full recommendation before council would be that council approves staff report IPPW 2022-17. And then number 2 becomes that staff are directed to implement option B on all class 4 collector and 5 local. Oh, sorry, I've just lost my vision. If you can, oh, thanks. Work is just making that amendment on screen now, so it's clear. Number 3 stays as that council approve the phased implementation plan over 4 years, and 4 stays that council receive the information for additional funding that will be requested as part of the 2023 capital budget process, and recognizing there may be financial implications if the amended motion passes. Number 4 was for information only and would be coming back to council through the 2023 capital budget process.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hanmer opposed.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith opposed.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Is Councillor Henry going, or should I go?
Oh, you can go now.
Oh, do I go first? That's right. Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
And Mayor Jaworski opposed. So by my count, clerk, that passes.
That's correct.
Excellent. Well, there we go. Now I'll explain my vote. My vote was, as Councillor Freeman was, very much, based on many different things. And as I always say, a split vote is simply a indicator of how hard a decision it actually was for council. In my case, my vote was to make sure that next term of council, of which we'll have a number of fresh faces, is something that it seemed more palatable to the general electorate, and is something that we can implement. And being old enough to have gone through the switch from metric to or from imperial to metric, knowing, remembering on the 401 where they would just put stickers on the signs, it was easy enough to change them that way, and you never know what next council might do. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Councillor Bodley just for final comments, simply because you brought this forward. We're in a great spot where we've indicated 30 kilometers an hour, and a bit of a congratulations and thank you for bringing this council forward. But back over to you, Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, for that opportunity. I think my final comments sort of stand. As I said, for those who are maybe not where council ended up ultimately getting at today, I do appreciate where you are coming from for the most part, and I understand that this is a difficult decision for us, and I appreciate that, we are elected to be put into these proverbial chairs to make these difficult decisions. And I just want to, again, thank staff for their professionalism in engaging in these conversations with me, particularly given that it was not the recommendation from staff. And as I said earlier, I do not take that lightly at all. And it's been a lot of public consultation from my perspective, and I'm very pleased with the end result, of course, but I would have been happy if, even with just the very thoughtful and caring deliberations, and I think it speaks really well of this council that we were able to have those today. And although it turned out the way that I like, if had it not, I would have felt just as pleased with the thoughtful deliberation that we had. So thank you, Mayor Jaworski.
Thank you, and I will let your comments stand. And with that, let's take a 5-minute recess and come back to council being chaired by Councillor Bonagor, and we'll move forward from here. Thank you.
And good afternoon, everyone. We are back from a short break. If I can please have a roll call, just indicating everyone who is back in the meeting, starting with Ward 1, please.
Councillor Hanmer, present.
Councillor Bodley, present.
Councillor V, present.
Councillor Freeman, present.
Councillor Bassick, present.
Councillor Henry, present.
Mayor Jaworski here.
And this is Councillor Bonagor in the chair. We are all accounted for. Excellent. So the next matter on the agenda today is item B, the award of tender RFT 22-09 TB-72, which is replacement of Old Lexington Road. I don't think there's a staff presentation or anything, just so we've just got the recommendation here in front of us. Do we have any questions or anyone who, we've got a mover already. If anyone would wish to second, but please notify us now if you have a question. I'm not seeing any questions, so we have a mover in Councillor Bassick, seconded by Councillor Henry. If we can please call the vote. Let's start it with Ward 3 for a change.
Oh, you caught me off guard. Councillor V in favor.
Councillor Freeman, I did want to make a quick comment to say this is a really important piece of work, and a lot of folks in my ward really use this trail system as an important transportation corridor. And so I'm very happy to see this work starting, and I hope that that construction advances in a very timely manner. And I vote in favor.
Councillor Bassick in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Mayor Jaworski in favor.
We'll swing back to Ward 1.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley hates change, but is in favor of voting last.
And this is Councillor Bonagor in favor and keeping you all on your toes. Okay, so now we're moving on to item C, which is the Alexandra Park, the award for the tender 22-11. Looking to see if there are any questions or comments. There's no, I don't believe there's a presentation from staff, but there's a lot of information in the packet. I see we've got a mover in Councillor Henry and seconded by Mayor Jaworski. Does anyone have a comment or a question? I have some comments, but I shall hold them till last, given that I'm the chair. Okay, looks like it's just me. As the ward councillor, I've got a lot of experience with this park. Now, in 2019, as you all probably remember, the park budget was reduced from $1 million down to $750,000. That was during budget considerations, and we did that for a number of reasons. It looked like the site would not require soil remediation, and it helped to move up in the scheduled timelines the construction of splash pads elsewhere in the city, particularly the one at Albert McCormick. We also didn't know there was a pandemic coming. Had we left the budget at $1 million, the overage that we're looking at here would be more in line with what we're seeing on other projects. So the park itself is currently half empty, and because it was a land purchase and buildings were demolished, the original part of the park, the play structure is very much feeling its age, and residents have been waiting for years to have this park completed. So I see this report in front of us, and I know that we need to finish this park. The empty part of the park does represent a considerable sunk cost. We've already spent a lot of money here, even though there's not much to show for it right now. The redesign is a great plan. It's been put together with really strong input and interest from the community. And there's a playground, but it leaves space for walking, for playing, for contemplation. And it's the only neighborhood park for this sweep of residential area in the Uptown core. So staff have been quite clear in the report. Like if we push this back, if we reopen the tender, that reopens the price negotiations as well. So from my seat, it looks like we just can't afford not to finish the park right now. So that's the end of my comments as ward councillor. I'm back in the chair now, and I'm going to call the vote. Look, Councillor Bodley, I'll get things back to normal for you if we can have the vote from Ward 1.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Well, now I'm just not ready, but I guess Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
A great opportunity to finish off that park. In favor, Mayor Jaworski.
This is Councillor Bonagor in favour, and very thankful to all of you for helping getting this finished. It's going to be fantastic, and I look forward to seeing you all there once it's done. Okay. So we're moving to now item D. We're looking at the Affordable Rental Housing Grant Program. We do have introductory remarks from Tanya Kurik. So I'm going to hand over to the clerk to get all of those, to get Tanya lined up.
Thank you, Chair Bonagor. And as noted, I just wanted to just take a few minutes and provide some comments. To start, I just want to say I'm very pleased to be here this afternoon to present to Council on the final Affordable Rental Housing Grant Program for your consideration and hopefully approval. I really wanted to thank Council for all your thoughtful comments and questions on the draft program that was presented at the February 14th Council meeting. And I also wanted to take the opportunity to thank all the participants who took the time to provide their feedback. As outlined in the report, I have taken those all into consideration and made modifications to the program as appropriate. The report that you have before you mentions that the program fund has a balance of $500,000. I am very happy and pleased to be able to share with Council that one of the 3 Council approved Section 37 financial contributions was recently received in an amount slightly over $300,000, which increases the program's fund balance to a total of $808,000 and $808,750. Should Council approve the program this afternoon, it would be staff's intention to work on the implementations for the program over the summer, with a goal hopefully of issuing a first call for applications under this program this fall, with a hope of getting much needed money in the hands of not-for-profits who are looking to create and retain affordable rental housing units in the city. I am happy to answer at this time any questions from Council and or to receive any comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanya. Sorry, I'm rusty in the chair. I should have just overtly welcomed you at the start of your comments. Thank you for that. And I'm just looking to see if we have any questions from Council about the report and the program. Okay, Councillor Hanmer, I'll hand it over to you. We've got Councillor Hanmer with a comment, and then we'll go on to moving and seconding.
Okay. Chair Bonagor, through you to Ms. Keurig. Tanya, thank you very much for the report and the update. And the timing of this is in my mind, absolutely perfect. It is opportunities to increase and improve our affordable housing throughout the city are important, and I really think this is an initiative for us to carry forward at this point in time, and I look forward to staff implementing the recommendation should council approve your recommendation. So thank you for all your hard work on this.
Thank you so much for the kind words. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry, you go ahead. I'm jumping in too quickly. Please go ahead, Tanya.
No, apologies. No, I just wanted to thank Councillor Hanmer for the lovely words. It means a lot. Thank you.
And I should note that Councillor Hanmer has moved, Councillor Henry is seconded, and he also has comments. So I'll pass it over to you, Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Chair Bonagora, and thank you, Tanya, for all of the work behind this. I'll echo Councillor Hanmer's comments. I also appreciate your replies to some of my late arriving questions earlier today, and I'll simply note for the rest of Council one of them I'd raised when this had come earlier this year, questions around sort of municipal fees and timing and how we were thinking about all of those. I know from the affordable housing strategy we'll get another kick at that. Council will get another kick at that can later, but in the interim, as you go off to do implementation, documents, I would note that you plan to make sure that applicants have full reference to all of the city's various fees and charges so that they can budget accordingly. I know some of our, hopefully some of our recipients from this program will be new and trying to get some stuff started, but it really, I know, will help them to understand what's coming because really, we know the development industry is very sophisticated, but the affordable housing industry has not had the opportunity over the last couple of decades to be as efficient and knowledgeable, and this is part of restarting that. And so every piece of information that they can have to be able to move through and limit the number of surprises along the way will mean more successful projects. So thank you for all of the work and the consultation back and forth with so many different groups.
Through you, Chair Bonagor, thank you, Councillor Henry, and I really appreciate the wonderful suggestion. I can confirm that as part of the implementation materials and application materials, we will make sure to highlight and provide readily access to the city's various fees that might be involved with an affordable housing project. So thank you very much for the suggestion.
And I'm not seeing any more comments or questions, so I'm just going to start the vote, starting with Councillor Hanmer in Ward 1.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Mayor Jaworski in favor.
And Councillor Bonagor in favour. So that passes unanimously. Thank you, Tanya, for all your hard work and for being here today to kind of just be on hand, as you always are. Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on now to item E, which is the Region of Waterloo Official Plan Review with the Land Needs Assessment. I do want to just flag for councillors, staff, and anyone else who is listening in, we have a number of delegates. So we have like 40 minutes roughly of delegations ahead. So I just want to let you know that depending on how that goes and depending on the questions and discussions, we may need to consider breaking and coming afterwards back for an evening session. So that's just me being polite and the clerk also being wonderful and flagging that for our awareness. So I'm going to pass it over now and welcome Adam Lauder and Rick Martins, who do have a presentation. So thank you both for being here. Over to you.
Thank you. We do have Brenna McKinnon here from the region. I believe she's stepping away shortly. Within the next 10 minutes, I believe. for a dentist appointment. So she may be here for part of it.
Adam, we're starting to lose your volume. If you could speak closer to the mic.
Thanks, Julie. Can you hear me now?
Do you want to try again, Adam?
Sure, sound check. Julie, try now.
Sorry, just try one more time, Adam.
Hello, test 1, 2, 3.
Much better, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, so we do have a member of regional staff here for the next little while, but needs to step away for an appointment. Brenna McKinnon may be here to answer some questions that you may have at a regional scale, depending on how things go. So the region has asked for area municipalities and the community to call on ways to grow out to 2051. That's the planning horizon that we're focusing on today. Next slide, please. The region is undertaking a review of their official plan, and as part of that, a key to the regional official plan is the land needs assessment, or what we call the LNA. It basically models various ways for area municipalities to grow. So there are really 3 areas for growth: greenfield areas, built up area, so inward, looking inward, and employment areas. I'd note that for today's discussion and through the LNA and ROC review, there's no urban boundary expansions that are being contemplated for Waterloo. So really it's continuing focus on intensification or looking inward, and the discussion really is what is the future density of the greenfield areas and how much should we grow inward? So next slide, please. The 3 options that the region has put forward for comment and consideration really focus on at the top, the blue circles are focused on the residential and commercial growth, and at the bottom of this slide there's some graphics around employment areas. So just looking at residential and commercial, option 1 is 50% intensification, and then a greenfield density of 50 people and jobs per hectare, which generates region-wide a need for 2,208 additional hectares of land into the countryside line or beyond the line. Option 2 is intensification of 60%, again, region-wide, and then a region-wide density target of 60 people and jobs per hectare. I'd note that that density target, DGA density target, is generally in line with what has been seen in Waterloo in recent subdivisions, but again, that's a region-wide target. And then option 3 is same intensification target and then a higher, 10% higher greenfield density target. There are 2 options for employment land, both looking at the same density target, but 2 different levels of intensification targets, 15% and 25%. The bulk of the conversation will focus on the residential and commercial lands though. So next slide, please. So considerations today are that Waterloo is, we are an intensification first community. We've averaged over the last 10 years an intensification rate. So 80% of the residential units that have occurred in the city of Waterloo over the last 10 years have occurred inward, and not in greenfield areas, but within the built up area of the city. So we're an intensification first community. The remaining greenfield lands that we have are really on the edge of the city and are surrounded by environmental features. And so they're more, it's getting more challenging in order to make efficient use of land, and particularly for this discussion, increase densities to a high degree. I'd note that options 2 and 3 for the DTA lands or the greenfield lands, they would result in a density target for those lands that would be higher, certainly higher than what's been seen in subdivisions of late. And even subdivisions that we've seen throughout the region haven't hit those density levels. That's really the crux of part of or recommendation number 2. Staff thinks that there's a model of growth where greenfield densities can be permitted to be lower and take the additional population that is being removed from being targeted to greenfield areas and focus that inward. I'm going to turn it over to Rick Martins to bring forward the remaining parts of the presentation.
Thanks, Adam. Next slide, please. So to illustrate some of the considerations that we just noted there, I have a series of maps to kind of show how we've been growing and where growth would be allocated to. So when we're talking about the greenfield area and the built-up area, that's illustrated on this map here before you. So the dark shaded areas, that's the built-up area. So when we're talking about intensification, what we mean is any development that occurs within the dark purple area, that is counted towards intensification. And there are separate targets through the growth plan and filtering down to the regional plan and to our local official plan that covers this area. When we're talking about the greenfield areas, we're talking about the lighter shade areas. These are designated through the growth plan as well. And these are areas where the greenfield density target will apply. And these areas are a mixture of residential and non-residential uses. And for the residential areas, there's density targets that apply to these areas. So when we're talking about the new targets, it's the lighter shaded areas that we have left in the city. Next slide, please. So if we focus on intensification, in the last 10 years, we'll note that Waterloo has had a high degree of infill development, the already built up areas. Not surprisingly, the Northdale area, is the area with the highest concentration of development. We do see a little bit of building permit activity in the outer areas and the greenfield areas as well. But again, if we're looking at the more concentrated areas, Waterloo is definitely focused in on the uptown area and in the central areas of the city in the past. Next slide. Taking a closer look at the greenfield areas that we have left, the areas that are identified here include both residential and employment growth. So employment is one category that's identified through the growth plan and filtered down to the ROP. And residential area is the other component, as well as areas that are in the greenfield areas that include green areas, natural features. Sorry about that. What the issue in Waterloo is that we are pretty close to our boundaries. So as far as residential land goes, we don't have a lot of greenfield land left. Of the greenfield land that we do have left, a lot of it is either already planned or being developed. So we have on the west side is an area of increased activity that we saw on the previous map. That's where we have a lot of greenfield development. But once we remove that area that's already been planned and there's already subdivisions and pending or draft approved for these areas, we don't have a lot of remaining land left in Waterloo. The biggest area is Beaver Creek Meadows, located northwest Waterloo, but that already has planning for it, and Herbsville. Once we take out those areas, which are still undeveloped, we only have about 40 hectares in all of the city for greenfield development. So that's why when we're recommending that some of the proposed greenfield densities are rather high, it would be quite challenging to apply those densities on the lands that we have left remaining in the city. So next slide. So therefore, taking forward all the detailed considerations put forward in the land needs assessment, staff have recommended that that we continue to plan for intensification. We are okay looking at the numbers at the amount of growth that is anticipated. We have the capacity to accommodate that level of growth to 2051. But staff recommend that we change the allocation so that we focus more on intensification into our built-up area and consistent with the type of growth and development that we've seen in the last 10, 15 years. And that for the remaining greenfield land, that we maintain a relatively high density, but not as high as the region is recommending to be accommodated on these lands. When it comes to employment, staff are also recommending that there be a slight shift in both the amount and the type of employment that's anticipated. We note that the west side employment area, for example, will be coming online, and that will accommodate a good proportion of employment growth going forward. So we're asking the region to consider a slight tweak of those figures when it comes to employment to account for the types and the amount of jobs that are being planned for to 2051. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you both. Thanks to both of you for that extra information. I already have one person with questions, so that's Councillor Henry. If you'd like to take it over.
Thank you, Adam and Rick, for the detailed presentation. Just from a clarity point of view, and let me back up before asking that question. Yeah, the way I sort of understand this, we've got a lot of percentages and the numbers in a DGA and percentages of intensification, and that can be rather abstract, I think, for people to be able to really understand and absorb. I mean, not our delegates that are coming, but I think normal, regular, average folks trying to understand what's happening here. So I'm trying to understand this instead in terms of the actual number of people that we're thinking of putting in various places when I want to understand what this means in the city of Waterloo and as a citizen of this region, broadly in the region. So I'm understanding your staff report to be, highlighting that there is sort of a perverse effect of what's currently sort of marked down or proposed in any of the growth scenarios around what's happening in Waterloo, and that it would actually end up putting lots and lots of people at Herbsville and Conservation Drive in very difficult, sparse areas that will never really be fully serviced with amenities and provided in ways that the rest of the city can be. And instead, we should have more of those people directed towards our 15-minute neighborhoods and communities we're trying to build that are already close to amenities inside our built-up areas. So that's how I'm understanding staff's, feedback here. So my first question is, am I right in sort of understanding that that's what staff are driving at? It's in terms of where net new people will end up, and that then when you look at it in numbers, not just in percentages and DGAs and PGHs, that it just doesn't look right, and another scenario would match what we can reasonably achieve better?
For you, Chair Bonagor, to Councillor Henry, yep, that is part of our lens for sure. We think that it's the city is better suited to direct that growth inward, and there's some locations like Uptown, Northdale, along the Ion route where we think it'd be that additional population would be better placed rather than the edge of the city. You're right.
Okay, thank you. And so just building off of that, my second question for you, and then I'll stop because there's lots more to come, is just around, connecting what staff are proposing with how the region is seeking feedback and how I think people might perceive the region might be seeking feedback. There'd be a number of growth scenarios presented that have sort of region-wide views and applications that then get broken down. These recommendations before us from the city of Waterloo aren't saying, yes, pick this growth scenario and just tweak it. They're saying, look, these are some things that need to be modified in whatever the region comes back to recommend to be able to that would represent good planning in the city of Waterloo in terms of growth. It's not about picking a scenario and making modifications. It's saying these things need to be true for things to work well inside Waterloo, consistent with our goals and planning, and consistent with where those net new people would best be to be able to meet all of our objectives. It's not about picking a scenario here.
Through Chair Bonagor to Councillor Henry, yep, again, you're correct. We intentionally in our recommendations aren't referring to a scenario, but are rather requesting the region to increase, for example, the amount of employment jobs in recommendation 3. We have had discussions from a staff level as to some of our preferences, but certainly at a very broad scale, we are focused on the city, not how that might necessarily apply to all other area municipalities in the region. And very much have been focused on what we believe works best for the city based on how we grow. We do grow differently than other area municipalities in the region, like the intensification first approach that Waterloo has developed and developed very successfully. That's quite unique. You know, so our recommendations are unique to the city.
Thanks, Adam. I think that's helpful, and certainly with proposed employment land conversions along Phillip, Albert, and Weber, either in or adjacent to my ward. It's not just going to be in Northdale in the future that we see some of that coming. Thank you for this. I'll turn it back over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. Just an administrative note, Ms. McKinnon from the region, she had to step away from the call, but if any other questions from councillors for the city staff? Okay, I'm not seeing anything, so we're going to move on to the registered delegates. And first up, we have Kay LG, a resident of Waterloo. Kay, you're on the line there. Welcome, and you have 10 minutes. I'll let you know when you're hitting around 9.
Okay, am I audible? I guess
you
not.
are coming through loud and clear. Yep.
Okay, all right, good. As Tennille said, my name's Kay LG. I live at 88 Fountain Street in Uptown Waterloo. And the next slide, please. First of all, I do want to applaud staff's careful analysis of the land needs assessment forecast that's part of the regional official plan. And thank you for pointing out that Waterloo has historically exceeded the 35 jobs per hectare that both regional growth options assume, and also for making such strong cogent arguments for why Waterloo will continue to exceed this target in the future. And I do share your dubiousness that the remaining 40.5 hectares of unplanned lands in the designated greenfield areas can achieve a density of 86 persons and jobs per hectare. It is truly hard to imagine that kind of density on the lands remaining along Conservation Drive, Beringer Road, Woolwich, and Wismar Streets. Now, for the good of the climate and the survival of the human race on the planet, maybe we should be imagining this kind of intensification, but it would be a huge shock to citizens and to the community to see a lot of 44 and 48-story towers on those lands. And I'm not sure that the process of getting that kind of instant density that we're seeing happening in downtown Kitchener is the best way to develop a really good community that works well together, or even a truly livable city. Next slide. So it's my understanding that was partly that same sort of skepticism about the very high density targets for the designated greenfield areas that prompted Kevin Eby, Kevin Thomason, and Mark Reeser to develop what they called Option 4. And I see they'll be telling you more about that. Next slide. So the basic questions we're tackling in the land needs assessment, in my understanding, is do we have enough land to accommodate all the people who are expected to be living in Waterloo region in 2051? And if we looked to only the few remaining designated greenfield areas within the city of Waterloo boundaries, it could be a challenge, unless of course we're prepared to have this ring of high towers. But there are other options and other things we can consider. And here's one of these things. This chart shows that Waterloo has consistently had lots of vacant single-family lots available to build on. Anywhere from 7,600 to just over 11,000 lots waiting to be built on, each and every year between 2006 and 2019. And even if we exclude the draft approved plans of subdivision and focus only on the fully approved subdivisions, there were an average of 2,300 lots sitting waiting for homes to be built on them each and every year. Next slide. And as this chart shows, this was from the Henson Consulting's development charges study that the city commissioned, the number of single and semi-detached units actually built has been far below predictions. Next slide. Other studies suggest housing trends are changing. the region of Waterloo has experienced a dramatic and consistent reduction in single and semi-detached units built since 2002. And again, this decline has happened despite there being draft approved and vacant registered single detached lots available. Next slide. Instead, we're seeing a rapid growth in accessory apartments added to dwelling units, such as basement suites or duplex conversions. And in my walks around Waterloo, I see more and more standalone backyard buildings. I'm not sure if these are built as dwelling units. Sometimes I suspect maybe not, but they could be. And one thing I love doing is during election campaigns, I love doing literature drops. I love the exercise and I love getting sent to parts of the city I've never visited before and exploring and discovering new neighborhoods. And as I walk around these different areas of the city, for example, I was in some of the Beechwood neighborhoods and parts of Eastbridge most recently, but it's all over. I just marvel at how far apart the houses are and how deep are the backyards. And I think to myself, in my McGregor Albert neighborhood, there'd be 3 separate houses along this street, carved out of the backyard of the house around the corner. Next slide. And I think we could be doing a lot more to encourage the kind of gentle intensification that's occurred in the McGregor Albert neighborhood over time. Now, one of my neighbors, Sue Enns, has tracked the history of every house in our neighborhood. And it's tale after tale of a son getting married and the parents carving off part of their lot for him and his bride to build a house on, or the parents aging and the daughter building a little house on a corner of their property. To a certain extent, some of this gentle intensification is happening in Waterloo now, but it's being driven by economics rather than family considerations. And so we see a large, perfectly good house being torn down to be sometimes replaced by 2 other large houses. And they're always big because big houses sell for more money than small houses. But in fully 1/3 of the demolitions in Waterloo last year, as you see from this chart, one perfectly good house was torn down to be replaced by another perfectly good but taller, more modern looking house that looked bigger, because the point is, again, builders and realtors can make more money from big houses than small ones. Next slide. So back in 2016, architect Michael Brisson led a Jane's Walk in Uptown North, asking people to consider ways other than towers that their neighborhood might intensify. And as you can see here, he showed pictures of the Chautauqua, New York neighborhood and the ways that people had intensified existing lots and made them quite a lot denser. And people discussed it in other ways gentle intensification could occur. Next slide, please. One thing I am convinced about is we must stop building car-dependent suburbs. So one of the literature drops I did this year was in Vista Hills, and I thought, what a beautiful place to live, surrounded by woods, lots of wonderful walking trails, great playgrounds, well used by younger kids. I really enjoyed being there and seeing families walk and neighbors talking and so on, until I got hot and thirsty. And there was absolutely no place to buy a cold drink or a snack. I checked Google Maps, and from where I was on this beautiful street near Wilmot Line, it would take me 26 minutes to walk to the nearest store. And I look down the street and I see there's more houses being here. And I realize this subdivision plan was made years ago, but really, next slide. What are we doing to ourselves? 49% of our greenhouse gas emissions in Waterloo region already come from cars. So how can we even think of building more car-dependent developments? And even if every car in a Waterloo region is an electric vehicle, what about the people too young or unable to have a driver's license? They're living out in Vista Hills, for example. Next slide. I'm glad Waterloo doesn't really have the option of paving over farmland. And so I realize from your perspective, your comments are great, but I hope you will use every opportunity you have to encourage your colleagues elsewhere to support option 4 or another option which does not take farmland out of production. And I'm being selfish here because since 2005, our household has relied on local produce. It's made us very healthy and it saved us hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So we need our farmland. Next slide. And over time, I've become convinced that I need to make adjustments in my thinking and my attitudes about planning. And I'm happy to say that you have too. You've recognized and declared back in 2019 that we're facing a climate emergency. And if we want the human race to continue to exist on this planet, we must make changes now. And so again, that's why I'm here to talk about option 4. Because next slide, my last slide, because it's really urgent. Our time has run out. So we need visionary leadership from you. Staff report properly analyzes the regional official plan and its assessment as to how well it meets the city's need. But we need leadership from the city on the regional official plan as a whole. The city, unfortunately, is not an island unto itself. So I'm here to just ask you to do what you can, whether it's drafting a motion, lobbying your counterparts, whatever it takes to make sure the region as a whole acknowledges we are in a climate emergency and must plan differently than we have in the past. You're an excellent council, and I hope you will rise to this important occasion. And I thank you.
Thank you, Kay. So you're always thoughtful and well laid out ideas and feedback. It's very much appreciated. So I'm going to look to council to see if anyone has any questions for you. I'm not seeing any yet, but Councillor Bodley has some comments. So Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, Chair Bonagor, and through you. I just wanted to say thank you, Kay, for bringing forward sort of the climate lens, and I'm sure we'll hear that from some of the other delegates as well. But although this wasn't an official Sustainable Advisory Committee presentation here today, I've really enjoyed my time working and collaborating with you as part of that committee since you joined it earlier this year, and I appreciate you putting that at the forefront here. And as a Vista Hills adjacent neighbor and representing the ward where Vista Hills is, I also appreciate your commentary that a 26-minute walk to get a refreshing drink is not in keeping with 15-minute cities. And so I think that the commentary that you've provided there really speaks to, although the fact that the city of Waterloo has been a leader in many ways when it comes to the intensification first approach that Adam Lauder had put forward earlier, that we still have work to do to make the new DGA communities that we're building more in line with the principles that the city has held dear, including 15-minute communities. So thank you for highlighting that as well too, Kay. Appreciate it.
If I may, I just wanted to point out that I was contacted by Greg Mikalenko from the Grand River Environmental Network, who had hoped to present today but is having computer difficulties. So he just wanted me to please let you know that he is also had hoped to speak in support of option 4 or some of the, I guess we share a lot of concerns in brief.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Kay. And I know that Greg also brings a lot of deep consideration of these matters. So I appreciate him reaching out to pass on his concerns as well. Okay, so I think that's all that we have for you. Okay, so thank you very much for coming. Please feel free to stay, to mute yourself, but stay on the line to listen to the other delegations. Next up, we have Kevin Thomason, the co-founder of Smart Growth Waterloo Region. Kevin, same as with Kay, you have 10 minutes to speak. I'm going to let you know once you get close to the end of the 10 minutes. But welcome and thanks for coming.
Sounds fantastic. Well, thank you. I hope you can hear me okay.
You're coming through beautifully.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, my name is Kevin Thomason. I live at 1115 Cedar Grove Road, Waterloo, Ontario, and I'm here to talk to you today from Smart Growth Waterloo Region about the regional official plan. Next slide, please. And as we know, the regional official plan update is currently underway to determine our vision, priorities, and the form of our community for the next 30 years. Our last ROP created our countryside line concept, the protected countryside, light rail transit, core renewal, and so many other bold, innovative concepts that we now take for granted and can't even imagine our community without. This ROP update needs to be just as bold and visionary if Waterloo Region is to compete globally in the years ahead. Next slide, please. However, planning for the future in a rapidly changing world is not easy. Climate change is the most significant threat facing our community today, with every decision carrying an important message and having potential impact. There's been a fraction of the public engagement or consultation or media coverage on this ROP compared to previous plans, and we need far more public input and time to understand the implications of the feedback, ideas, and information being proposed. Next slide, please. Regional staff are proposing 3 growth options. However, all may be overly complicated and insufficient to meet future needs, particularly in light of the climate change commitments to reduce our greenhouse gases by 80% within the timeframe of this official plan. Next slide, please. Option number 1 has massive amounts of urban sprawl, huge farmland loss, and likely breaches the countryside line in numerous places, abandoning the goals of regional sustainability and leadership. Option number 2 still destroys almost 1,000 acres of local farmland and creates complex inequity issues between area municipalities. And option number 3 is overly complex, difficult to achieve, and places too much density at the periphery rather than the core of our communities. Next slide, please. So citizens and community groups concerned about these 3 options are suggesting a simpler, more congruent 4th option based on current trends and rates of intensification. That is no boundary expansion and no farmland loss, and buys time to see how post-pandemic world unfolds without locking us into the sprawl that may not be needed or wanted. And it treats all area municipalities equally. Next slide, please. So our new proposed option number 4, you can see on the right, has a 65% intensification target that's very congruent with current rates of about 64 to 70%. It has 60 people and jobs per hectare density. That's more achievable than option number 3, and has 0 acres of farmland or green space lost to urban sprawl. Next slide, please. Why intensification versus density? Density is measured over time, including retroactively over lands already built. Thus, to achieve option number 3's density of 66 people and jobs per hectare, it'll require all new development to actually achieve about 73 or 74 people and jobs per hectare in order to compensate for recent development, achieving a lower 54 people and jobs per hectare. Achieving such significant density increase on greenfield areas at the edges and most distant parts of our community will not be easy or appropriate. And next slide, please. And you can see in this diagram here, option number 3, where we've got the skyline of the city, and you can see the higher density way at the edges and the periphery, some of the most remote locations that are least likely to be served by transit or such, compared to our option number 4, where through intensification, we're actually spreading that growth more evenly throughout the entire community. Next slide, please. So thus, achieving an intensification rate of 65%, as we're currently proposing, is very congruent with the current regional and City of Waterloo intensification rates. Thus, intensification is a far simpler and better metric for density. Next slide, please. The community proposed option number 4 has clear advantages over the other options. It's not perfect, however, it is the simplest, most consistent, and most easily achievable. It best continues Waterloo's innovation and planning leadership on the current trajectory, and it demonstrates climate leadership and that we're serious about achievable solutions to meet our Paris Accord commitments. Next slide, please. It best supports expansion of the ION LRT and public transit, along with other sustainability initiatives, and it buys time and delays decisions on future boundary expansions until we see how things like the post-pandemic world, the missing middle, soft intensification, accessory units, age and neighborhood initiatives, and climate change unfolds over the coming years. Next slide, please. It avoids the myriad of issues with option number 2, allocating greenfield expansions to only some area municipalities, and the efforts mitigated to mitigate battles over land that most likely won't even be needed for years. Next slide, please. In the end, we recommend that you support the proposed option number 4 or its principles of option number 4 as the preferred option. While not perfect, it's the simplest, most achievable, and most congruent option that best prepares everyone for a rapidly changing future while protecting thriving countryside and creating more dynamic, complete, sustainable, and affordable communities. And if I could just make a couple of additional comments, the city of Waterloo has already led with no boundary expansion for decades. Unlike Barrie that annexed a huge part of Innisfil Township or Brantford that recently annexed a large part of Brant County, the city of Waterloo is showing firsthand, like Manhattan, that running out of land isn't the end of growth. It simply changes the style of growth to a more sustainable form. There is no amount of farmland loss that is sustainable. And it was unfortunate to see the city of Kitchener this morning vote to ask the region for more greenfield farm loss that they only got in the absurd option number 1, despite their incredible core renewal and recent intensification success, and despite having decades worth of development lands already designated. We need the city of Waterloo to continue to lead our region with a bold, visionary future. Citizens are very concerned about our climate crisis and now a looming food crisis. Our businesses, universities, and startups expect that Waterloo will continue to be a leader in our province, our country, and even globally in many aspects. We need the city of Waterloo to lead and help our other municipalities get to where you already are. Last week, we saw Woolwich Township Council vote unanimously to protect their farmland with no further boundary expansion, despite receiving potentially more greenfield land allocation for destruction than any municipality. It was fantastic to see them recognize the magnitude of our climate crisis and say no to further farmland loss and endorse many of the intensification and sustainability principles we're talking about here today. The city of Waterloo has already figured out how to wean itself off much of the greenfield development Ponzi scheme. How can we help our other municipalities get to where you already are? Can you lend them your CFO to learn from your experiences? In conclusion, we need more time, more information, more consultation, and more public engagement on this regional official plan. We need the higher intensification on both our community area lands and our employment lands that the city of Waterloo is asking for. We need walkable, complete 15-minute communities with inclusionary zoning, future phases of INLRT, and the green development standards that the city of Waterloo is already developing. We need your leadership for this, Rob. In conclusion, we are all part of the same regional family. We'll either succeed together or fail together. Please help to ensure that we retain the smart growth leadership our community expects and achieve the needed visionary future with this regional official plan. Thank you. I don't know if there's any questions.
So thank you, Kevin. That was very thorough. I very much appreciate you coming in this afternoon to talk to council. I'm just looking to my council to see if anyone has questions or comments on your presentation.
And I apologize throwing so much at you in such a short time.
No, that's okay. No, it's
this
great.
is something
okay.
where the city already leads.
We're used to having lots of information. This is fantastic. Okay, first up to bat, we have Councillor Bodley with a question. Councillor Bodley.
Thanks to you, Chair Bonagor. Hi, Kevin. Good to chat with you again. Good to hear from you. I just like to get to ask you your comments and thoughts and feedback about staff's approach with the recommendations that council are being asked to put forward here today, and maybe brief comments about things that you don't like about the proposal that staff have put forward to the region.
Yeah, indeed, and thank you. Excellent question. I think the staff report that the Waterloo City staff have pulled together is excellent. It is so congruent with so many of the aspects or principles of the option 4 that the community has pulled together here. You talk about the need for more intensification. You already have an intensification focus. You already have thriving uptown core renewal. And we can't forget, it was just at the time of our last regional official plan back in 2007, 2008, 2009, as it was coming together, that Uptown Waterloo was still a boarded up Kmart or Liquidation World store. And it was such a different region. And we can't forget how quickly things have changed. But that's good because we need that change just as quickly looking into the future with climate change, a pending food crisis, and so many other things. So I think the good news is that city staff has recommended so many of the things congruent to where we need to be going, be it the intensification in the core, that softening towards the edges. And while, yes, we need to ensure we get density, we've got to make sure that's manageable near some of the environmentally sensitive areas and balancing that out. I think we need to be focusing on transit and green development standards and just so many of the other things that will be part of this regional official plan. And I really think since Waterloo, the city of Waterloo is leading across the whole province, there's a real opportunity and need for you to help lead in our region as well. It was very disappointing to see the outcome in Kitchener this morning. There wasn't even farmland expansion on the table for them in options 2, 3, or 4, and yet we saw them take a tremendous step backwards. So it's I think a real opportunity here for the city to help lead. You've got an excellent staff report. I'd love to see some additions to it. Looking for things the community is asking for, like more time or more information, more public engagement or more consultation. But I think very much it's on the right track.
Excellent. Thank you, Kevin. No more boarded up liquidation worlds and no more liquidating our farmland. Got it. Back to you, Chairman.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. And now we have a comment from Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, Chair Bonagor. Kevin, thank you very much for your presentation and communication to us regarding the report. Councillor Bodley actually asked the question I was going to ask you regarding the report that you've seen. You did raise one piece that made me quite curious in your comments, and that is just a good reminder for us, I guess, just looking at where we are intensifying and making sure that we're looking to that 15-minute city and trying to make sure that everything is contained in that area. We are going to face a time where we will have to do more than just the gentle intensification in some of our outlying areas. So what suggestions or advice would you have as we work toward that? Now, this official plan takes us in one direction, but thinking 25, 30 years, 40 years out, what should we be planning for in some of our other areas that won't be as densely populated?
Yeah, excellent question, Councillor Hamner. And I think we're seeing a parallel process actually unfolding in some of our rural townships. Of course, they have yet to see the intensification that the city of Waterloo has, but they need the intensification just as much. We need New Hamburg or Elmira or Wellesley to be a complete 15-minute walkable community just as much as we need downtown Kitchener or Cambridge. And so, it was quite interesting to see the level of community engagement, and in some of these communities, we've literally had, at the region and elsewhere, dozens of delegations from the community and community groups. And when I talk about option number 4, being community proposed option, it is got a broad amount of community support behind it. But it's been quite fascinating, for example, to see a number of these groups in Wilmot Township get very excited about an intensification study for New Hamburg and Baden, reimagining what their street could look like. They realize that they have a largely aging population that right now may have to leave their community because they've got a lot of single detached homes and not a lot of places appropriate for seniors who are aging, who might be looking for more of a townhouse or a semi or a loft or an apartment or even some sort of seniors home. And it would be awful to see them have to leave the community. So, they're looking at intensification plans on how can we envision or reimagine our community? What could a main street of Baden look like, with shops on the first floor and walk-up apartments on the second and third? And one of the councillors was getting excited about some townhouses they saw in Kitchener that all backed onto a central courtyard. And I think there's all kinds of ways we can engage our citizens in visioneering and imagining what our communities will look like into the future, and ensuring that we're creating what's needed for everyone. And that's going to be a far broader range of housing choice, far more affordable housing, a lot more on accessory units and granny flats, and just different types of housing to ensure that we're accommodating everyone. And I think that's an area where everyone in the community can be working towards in the years ahead.
Thank you, Kevin. You always bring to us the art of the possible, and I really appreciate that. So thank you very much for coming today.
Oh, you're welcome. We're lucky to live in such an amazing community.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. And yes, thank you, Kevin, for coming today. I invite you to stay on mute and keep listening in. We have a couple more people to speak. Next is Kevin Eby. Oh, sorry. Next we have Kevin Eby. Kevin, you have 5 minutes to speak. I will keep an eye on the time, so you can chat, and I'll let you know when you're getting close to the 5. But welcome, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you very much.
My name is Kevin Eby, and I'm a resident on Dunbar Road South in Waterloo. I'm an urban planning consultant with extensive experience in growth management, but I'm here today representing myself. I'll be relatively brief. I'm in general support of the recommendations by city staff associated with the request for increase in intensification targets for the city. The City of Waterloo has proven to be a leader in planning for and facilitation of intensification, and I'm confident that the request by staff is reasonable and could likely even be broadened to include more intensification than proposed. Intensification is going to be a critical component in our efforts to meet our climate change commitments, reduce the consumption of agricultural lands, provide housing for our aging population, and to help address the affordability housing challenges we now face. I would strongly recommend that intensification first truly become the guiding principle everywhere in the region for how we move forward. I recognize the staff recommendation to increase the intensification targets as proposed in lieu of increased densities in the remaining DGA in the city. While I would generally support higher densities in greenfield areas, pushing population to relatively small amounts of land at the far edges of the community, as would be the case in Waterloo, is not necessarily the answer. I'd also like to take this opportunity to express general support for the region's housing policy proposals that would serve to help facilitate additional intensification in the city of Waterloo and throughout the region. If I have a concern to speak to here today, it's that the proposed regional housing policy initiatives don't seem to be reflected in the land needs assessment options put forward by the region. The recommendation by city staff would be consistent with these proposed policies through the increase in intensification. And with that, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today, and I'm answering any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Kevin. You weren't lying when you said you were going to keep that brief. I'm going to wait a moment just to see if any councillors have a question for you or any comments. Yes, indeed. Councillor Henry, over to you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Kevin number 2, for the succinct presentation before us today. Question I had on the housing policies piece, and I see these two as very intricately linked. The LNA and in some ways has distracted many folks from looking at the draft housing policies the region's put forward, which are reasonably progressive. But I'm wondering, one of the queries I sort of had looking at that aspect in terms of that gentle density in neighborhoods, there are policies around that. It appeared to me that duplexing might be sufficient according to what the region's got in their housing policies. Do you have any sort of observations or thoughts about how strong or those might need to be, if those need strengthening in terms of what's being drafted here, and how that sort of relates to sort of some of the land assessment for intensification, if those were strengthened further to require more than just duplexing?
Yeah, I think it's going to be an ongoing conversation over the next little while to really determine what is the appropriate level. I think there's a good start there. I don't think there's any question. Accessory units in the region of Waterloo over the last 2 years have been 9% of all the development that's occurred. So the market is already getting there. And, that's really pushed community-wide by the region and their policies. There are inclusionary zoning policies which they restrict to requirements to major transit station areas. I think could actually be expanded, and it's not easy to go into communities and really have that conversation. But those are conversations we have to have, and we have to have them soon, because that's the type of intensification that I think is really going to make our communities a lot more livable, a lot more affordable as we move ahead.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, thank you both. I'm not seeing any further questions from council. So Kevin, I'd just like to thank you for always bringing your insight to the very big, complex matters at the city and the region. So it's much appreciated. And thank you for taking time out to join us today at the meeting. Again, I invite you, as I did the others, to stay on the line and listen to, we've got one more delegate to present. But thank you again for coming.
Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody there for your efforts. I know it's not the funnest job sometimes to be a counselor, especially in situations like this. So it's appreciated.
Thank you for your kind thoughts. And now we have one more delegate on this matter. It's Mark Rusa, the Vice President of Waterloo Federation of Agriculture. Mark, I apologize if I just butchered your name. I was going to go the German way, Reuser. I wasn't sure which way you went.
Either way is good, thank you.
Okay. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. I'll keep an eye on the time, and I'll let you know when you're getting close to the 5, okay? But thank you for coming, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. So my name is Mark Reeser, and I farm in Wilmot Township near New Dundee, and I'm presenting today in my capacity as Vice President of the Waterloo Federation of Agriculture. And I'm here today to bring both an agricultural and a rural perspective to the discussion about options for our preferred growth scenario, and also to encourage you, both elected and staff, to continue to plan well, protect what is good, and set an example for the region and the rest of Ontario. And I know I'm speaking to you as a city, but I'm also speaking from a regional context. We live in a special place here in Waterloo Region. It is arguably the most innovative, dynamic, and prosperous urban municipality in Ontario, if not all of Canada. At the same time, surrounding the urban footprint is one of the most fertile, productive, and prosperous agricultural communities in Ontario. It has been identified in the most recent census as having the second highest income per acre and the second highest income per farm of any county in the province. It is an agricultural powerhouse, and it is in peril, like other farmland in Ontario. In the last 4 years since the census, the loss of farmland in Ontario has risen sharply from 175 acres per day to 319 acres per day, or 116,000 acres annually. That is quite simply not sustainable. If we as Canadians intend to retain the ability to feed ourselves, the preservation of agricultural land and the maintenance of soil health is essential. So a culture of good planning, countryside lines, the protected countryside designation, environmentally sensitive landscapes, and a commitment to public transportation, an innovative official plan, and densities that surpass provincial targets all contribute to the region's success. Good job. Our planning regime and culture is responsible for our unique position as a leader in Ontario, and our municipal comprehensive review with its land needs assessment and the resulting official plan must again be a template for good planning, farmland protection, and prosperity in municipalities across the province. We would ask that you consider advocating for a growth option that incorporates the following principles, which for the most part you have done. Number one, intensification rates equal to or higher than those that we have already averaged over the past 5 years. Number two, no more farmland loss. Number three, a clear focus on sustainable growth, including inclusionary zoning, accessory units, and building the missing middle. Number four, effective measures to incorporate gentle intensification in our townships. Number five, a renewed focus on building complete, walkable communities that include all of the amenities, including public transportation. And finally, increased intensification rates in our employment lands. These principles recognize and accommodate the need to provide a choice in housing type in the context of livable, complete communities. They conform with the provincial government's requirements for the necessary land to facilitate growth, while at the same time, they protect our farmland and the environment. Don't be seduced, intimidated, or coerced by those who say that we have no choice but to endorse sprawl. We do have a choice. There is always a choice, and we need to choose wisely. There is no rush to reach a decision, as there is no deadline that can't be extended. Let's slow down this process, think things through, consider the principles that I just outlined, and consult further with the public as to what they want Waterloo Region, and in particular, the city of Waterloo, to look like in the future. We are essentially at a fork in the road. Do we backtrack and give in to those who think that the answer to housing needs is always sprawl? Or do we continue our visionary planning process that protects rural lands for agriculture, local food, groundwater recharge, and habitat for biodiversity, a process that respects people's different housing needs, promotes livable, complete communities, and ensures affordability and is truly sustainable? Philosophically, we're selling a vision that protects farmland and the landscape, addresses the need to provide housing for all, including aging baby boomers like myself, respects the implications of our changing climate, and provides a practical, attainable, flexible, and affordable alternative to the status quo. This vision could in fact be the basis for a new and improved regional growth management strategy. Please give our growth option principles due consideration and advance the vision of a vibrant, prosperous, and sustainable Waterloo region that respects both the landscape and those that live in it. And in conclusion, thank you for what you do. You're already doing a great job. You are already leaders. Be courageous as you make tough and difficult choices. Be bold, be visionary, and don't be afraid to innovate. For goodness sakes, you're Waterloo. That's what we do. Never stop speaking forcefully and eloquently to those with resources and those in power. And finally, and please remember this, there is only one landscape, and that people, the natural environment, and agriculture all have to share it. And thank you very much. And by the way, congratulations on your recommendations. They've actually followed very closely with the principles that we've identified.
Thank you very much, Mark, for coming and speaking with us today. We very much appreciate it. And as a city that has largely kind of stuck to its boundaries, we don't always hear from agricultural representatives. So I very much appreciate you bringing that perspective through to us as well. I'm just looking to council now to see if we have questions. I have a question of staff, which will come after we finish. I'm not seeing any questions for you specifically, though, Mark. So I would just like to thank you for coming, for bringing your voice and your passion on this topic. And I invite you to stay on the line. If you just want to mute yourself, there'll be some discussion with questions of staff and council discussion. But thank you again for taking the time to join us today.
And thank you, Councillor, and thank you all for the work that you do.
Okay, I see Councillor Vasic has a question of staff. So please go ahead, Councillor Vasic.
Thanks, through you, Chair Bonagor. Yes, thank you, everyone. And Kevin and Mark, you've raised a question that I've been meaning to ask about timing. And Adam and or Rick, are there opportunities to extend the public engagement for this, or to advocate for that to the region?
Through Chair Bonagor to Councillor Vasic, the timelines for the growth component that we're talking about right now are for this year. The regional staff are already fairly pressured to get this approved in the short term. So they've already extended the timelines. We were looking originally to have everything approved at the regional level in June of this year. So they pushed that back when they did additional work on the options. So there likely would be some pushback to try to get everything completed. There's a legislative timeline to get this growth component of the ROP review completed before this term of council ends. So very unlikely that they would be able to extend that further.
Right, so really tight. Could we ask, though, just if there was any option? Or I could just leave it with you, and if you were to ask them, it sounds like it's really tight, but if you are able to advocate for that sort of with staff as you put this forward, I think that would be nice, at least one gesture for the community, and but recognizing that, of course, the region is under a provincial pressure as well. Thank you.
Certainly, we can take that away. Yeah, that's easy enough to pass along as just the realities of what they're facing as well.
Thanks. That's it.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for that. I'm just looking to see, Council, if you have any other questions or comments, if you could please make a mention in the chat. I'll just give a moment for people to type, should they be wishing to type. Okay, I'm not seeing anything coming in terms of questions or comments. So I will open it to Council to see if anyone wishes to move and or second the recommendation that's in front of us. And Councillor Bodley would like to put forward an amended motion. I will give you the floor, Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, Chair Bonagor. I think this is a record 2 amended motions that I've put forward in one meeting, so I'm going to need a nap after this, I think. But I've put forward a recommended motion here, and or 5th recommendation to go along with the excellent staff report. If I have a sec, I can read it. Do you want me to read it?
Please do. That will help any people who are listening to the meeting but have vision impairment.
Perfect. So my additional recommendation is that Council supports a new regional official plan that is consistent with the principles the City of Waterloo is striving to achieve as part of Waterloo's official plan review around climate action, limiting suburban development by continuing to primarily grow inward and upward in accordance with comprehensive planning and growth management strategies, transit supportive communities, protecting core natural features and natural systems, missing middle housing, inclusionary zoning, accessory dwellings, and protection of the countryside line. As leaders within the region in terms of growth and intensification, Waterloo City Council encourages the region to plan for the protection of the countryside line and limiting urban boundary expansion. And if I have a seconder, I can provide some brief comments.
Councillor Bodley, just before we begin, could you clarify, please, if this is replacing one of the recommendations in the staff report? Presumably recommendation 1 will stand. I'm assuming this is this an addition or is this replacing 2, 3?
My intention is this as an addition to the excellent staff recommendations that are already put forward, just to sort of reiterate, sort of furthering council's position on this versus staff's position, I guess.
Okay, terrific. Thanks. This becomes number 5. And Rick will just make those adjustments for everyone's benefit. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so that would be, we're looking at the amended motion, which is now a five-part motion. And Councillor Bodley is moving this. And Councillor Hanna, just to check, are you seconding this amended motion?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Okay, we have a seconder. It's on the floor. I'm opening it up should anyone wish to make any comment or have debate. Councillor Bodley has a comment, please, and then Councillor Henry, please.
Perfect, thank you. I appreciate all of the, through you, Chair Bonagor, I appreciate all of the delegations here, and I just wanted to really speak a little bit to what we've heard from the community here today and what we've heard for many years around climate action and the principles that we're hoping to embed in our official plan, and the struggles that I have with option 2 as it's currently constituted, because it does eat into some of the farmland. So I think just a few brief comments from my perspective. I think one of the things that always resonates me whenever we have these types of conversations that I would encourage the region to contemplate is that the struggle for environmental advocates is that when you're an advocate on any environmental issue, every single win is temporary and every single loss is permanent. And that is particularly true in this case. If the region decides to pave over some of the farmland as is proposed in option 2, it's gone forever. It's not coming back. And so I think it speaks to the need to make sure that we are very thoughtful about how and when that needs to happen, because although option 2 does not broach the countryside line, it is going to put additional further pressures on the countryside line. And I know that the region is facing some very difficult challenges, and staff spoke to some of them around timing, but also the very fact that that the region is being asked to look out to 2051 is intended to put pressure on making decisions that really just don't or shouldn't need to be made today. There will be opportunities to revise this official plan 5 and 10 years from now, when perhaps it is necessary for us to look at that farmland. But today it doesn't appear to be all that necessary, in my opinion. And so not only is the city of Waterloo a leader when it comes to intensification, I'm asking the region, and I think that council here would like to ask the region, or my intention with this 5th recommendation is for the region to show leadership within the province, to show, just like the city of Waterloo is showing Kitchener and Cambridge and others, that it is possible to intensify and still have a thriving, dynamic community that is an exciting and desirable place to live. I think it would be great for the region to showcase that to other regions around the province. And it's not just about countryside line and protecting the urban boundary, et cetera, and climate action. To me, it's the very identity of our community. The fact that you can be in St. Jacobs 5 minutes away by car, and that there's a trail that goes out to St. Jacobs, that you've got the Hurley's Market, and you've got so much incredible, not just farmland, but sites and thriving and dynamic communities on the periphery of our urban cores. And so, yeah, I would just say, I think we have more time to make this decision when it comes to paving over farmland, and I think we should take that time. And I'm hoping that the region can put forward a visionary document that sort of makes the case that we can make that decision only when it's totally necessary. Because, as I said, once we decide to pave over it, it's gone forever. So those are my comments, and I appreciate hearing from what the rest of council has to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bodley. Next, we are hearing from Councillor Henry.
Thank you. And before my remarks, just editorial note on additional recommendation 5. When we get down to the 3rd line, it says, as part of Waterloo's official plan review. Waterloo's is kind of ambiguous there, because we're talking to the region of Waterloo and we're the city of Waterloo. And I'm pretty sure it's our official plan review that we're talking about and not the region's. So if that's the case, if we could just be clear on which Waterloo we're talking about, I think that would be helpful. There we go. Okay, so that done. In terms of comments, I appreciate that the community has had time to raise its voice around this and prolong and extend the process that the region has undertaken to be able to accept broader feedback, consideration of other scenarios from which to contemplate producing a recommended growth scenario for the region and dispersing to the area municipalities. It is a complex and difficult task, and it's certainly thankless. You are certain in their position to piss off a whole lot of people, absolutely no matter what you do. So the question is, if you're going to piss them off anyways, can you piss them off by doing the right thing in the right way and making sure that the growth we will experience will help us, complete communities that need completing. We've heard of examples inside the city of Waterloo. There are certainly examples in other municipalities and in the townships that need completing. So that they are no longer car dependent for every trip, but have options no matter where they are. And I think this additional recommendation helps add to staff's very useful report in making sure that, in suggesting to the region how they can make sure that Waterloo continues to pull its weight and do the necessary thing to build the community and the communities, neighborhoods that we want, that will work to halt climate change and to adapt to a new world that is more sustainable, healthier, and better economically and inclusive for everybody who lives in our community. So I think that part's that part is helpful. I would add on to this by reiterating the comments and questions I made at the beginning. This motion is not the City of Waterloo saying we like option X, but just change this. It's saying in the City of Waterloo, these amendments need to be made to be able to recognize the city's capacity to grow up rather than out, and to make sure that the number of people allocated in Waterloo are allocated in places that will help build vibrant, connected, walkable communities that are not car dependent, but are taking climate action by design. And that's the important part here. The region has a difficult decision to make, given all of the different interests across the regional family. And we ask here that the decision that they make, the recommendation that staff bring to regional council, is consistent with the values and the necessity of taking climate action and building sustainable, resilient, inclusive communities that work for everyone. And we need a recommended growth scenario from regional staff to regional council that does that, that helps communities that are incomplete today make sure they are completed in ways that we've been able to do in many of our neighborhoods, and will need to do in the rest of our neighborhoods over the horizon of this plan. So thank you, Councillor Bodley, for bringing this second amended motion forward today, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. Over to Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, Chair Bonagor. Councillor Henry, you are always a tough act to follow, but you very eloquently say a lot of the things that I have been thinking about, and many other councillors as well. I'm very happy to support this recommendation and the addition. I think staff have done a tremendous job outlining what's important and the principles that we have used within the city as we've been looking at planning and our intensification approach and our approach to intensification and ensuring that we have employment opportunities. I think it also, with the addition of the fifth recommendation, has us challenging, and in a friendly way, that the region be leaders in how we can grow and protect our agricultural lines, the countryside line, while maintaining and achieving the urban density goals that are in all of our municipalities. It is important for us to have complete neighborhoods, and so there's lots more work, as Councillor Henry has just said, that we can be doing before we look at expanding or paving over green spaces that we don't need to do at this time. So thank you, Councillor Bodley, for making this addition, and thank you to the staff for an excellent review of the official plan and succinctly putting forward the things that are important to the City of Waterloo and ultimately the region of Waterloo. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. And next up, we have Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, through you, Chair Bonagor. I just had a question to the movers and the seconders, and the question becomes: is the language strong enough? All of the other motions start with council request, and I'm just wondering whether it actually is a request that we're making here. I'm not sure that I support the new regional official plan if it's not consistent. And so I just wonder whether we want to be forthright to say that council requests that the new official plan be consistent with the principles of the City of Waterloo, of the principles, blah, 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 that we're trying to, and so I'm just asking the question because one of the things that I'm struggling with too is, like, everyone made a commitment to sustainable Waterloo region and the goals of achieving those outcomes. And the current regional official plan is, in my mind's eye, will not result in achieving those outcomes. And so that's my question to council. I know that we're not looking at each other around the table, and I wish that we were, but I don't know whether the movers or the seconders would be willing to comment on that, or if city staff would like to comment on that, but I'd value some conversation on it.
I'd like to invite Councillor Bodley, who brought the amendment, to comment on what we could phrase as a friendly amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, through you, Chair Bonagor. Yeah, I do appreciate that comment, Councillor Freeman, and I did spend a fair bit of time waffling's maybe the wrong word, but contemplating whether this was strong enough myself, and if that's the tone that you are sort of deriving from it, then I would be more than happy to consider a friendly amendment to that is more explicitly, I don't want to say rejecting necessarily, but more explicitly challenging the region. I'd be happy to have you wordsmith that or provide some feedback on how you'd approach that.
Thank you. I would simply just change the language that council requests that the new regional official plan be consistent with, and then the rest. And I would really value staff's comment on that change in language, because this is a staff report, and staff know best in terms of where the city's headed on its official plan review, and I'd really value their thoughts on this change. It feels that this document, like this, the language feels really a bit wordy, but I'm willing to accept that. But I'd value staff's comment on that change.
Before you go to staff or for anything like that, I see Councillor Hanmer also has a further request, so perhaps we could consider that first and then get an overall comment should be needed. Councillor Hanmer?
Thank you, Chair Bonagor. I was just suggesting that we add, and Rook has done that council further requests, just to keep it in line. And Councillor Henry, I noticed, has said the same thing.
Okay, that looks good. We have included, so we've got the amendment, we have the friendly changes to that. Given that it's a council broad amendment, I think it probably could stand on its own, but if there are any staff that did wish to comment or flag any issues, please feel free to say something in the chat.
Chair Bonagor, can I jump in for a second?
Certainly.
I just to jump in to say that staff have been helpful with me in helping craft this in a way that staff could not necessarily support, but that makes sense to staff, particularly given all of the commentary around our own official plan review and what we are going to strive for in that review. But definitely, if staff can provide further commentary about the amendment to the amendment, that would be great.
Hi there, through Councillor Bonagor to Councillor Bodley and Council. Yeah, I'd say that this recommendation and this suite of recommendations, I would say provide clarity. They'll provide clarity to regional staff, certainly will help the region in their deliberations. And I do think that things are heading in the right direction as far as regional staff looking at the three options and understanding what works best for Waterloo. So I think it's well crafted and will serve its purpose quite well.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Now we have it was moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Henry, and I don't see any further comment or debate coming up, so I'm going to call the vote, starting with Ward 1.
Councillor Hanmer, who seconded the motion, in favor.
Councillor Bodley, in favor.
Councillor Veith, in favor.
Councillor Freeman, in favor.
Councillor Vasic, in favor. And I'm sorry I didn't get a comment in, but I did want to say thanks to everyone for pushing this as far forward as possible, and to staff for a report that the community has really wholeheartedly seemed to embrace, which says that I think that we're doing, and staff are doing, some really good work to be in such alignment with community activists. So thank you, and in favor.
So Henry, in favor.
Mayor Jaworski, in favor.
And Councillor Bonagor, in favor, with just a wrap-up comment. The city has quietly become the champion for sustainable planning in the region. We protect the town line, we embrace intensification as the way forward. some developments are still coming online. We aren't quite done yet, but we are looking for ways to fit more people into the land that we have and to keep protecting that countryside line. But it cannot be just us. This effort needs to be region-wide. And on that note, the full recommendations with the additional amendment passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We are almost done. We now have item F, the Westside Community Services Land Acquisition. Do we have a mover and a seconder for this item? I have two movers, so I'll take Councillor Bodley to move and Councillor Freeman to second. And if we can start the vote with Ward 1, please.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Mayor Jaworski in favor.
And Councillor Bonnegoy in favour. So that passes unanimously. And I must apologise for earlier, Councillor Hanmer, for the seconder. I had written down Councillor H as the seconder, and I just got the wrong H. So my apologies on that front. Okay, so we're at the tail end of the meeting now. Consideration of notice of motion from previous meeting, we don't have any. Notice of motion, we don't have any. Communications and correspondence, we don't have any. Unfinished business, we don't have any. So that takes us quickly to questions. Do we have any questions of staff this evening? No, we don't. Okay, I'm not seeing anything come up. So we have a couple of items of new business. I shall start with Councillor H, but Councillor Hanmer is the H. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonnegour. No worries at all. It is confusing when there's two of us. I just wanted to give a real shout out to all of the organizations that were involved this past weekend in either festivals or art displays or the porch and all of the things that started to make it feel like spring again. I had the privilege of being acting mayor and attending a number of the events over the weekend and just really enjoyed the opportunity to say thank you at the Greek Festival for all of the work that had been done. And you could really see the pent-up energy and joy in everyone being able to be together and be outside despite threatening rain and awful weather. So I think just if we could record and thank all of the organizers of the events and the volunteers in particular, it just felt like new beginnings through the weekend. So I just wanted to shout out and say thank you.
Thank you. And yes, indeed, I've got to echo those sentiments about the volunteers who keep all of these things going year after year. If any of you are listening, please know that your efforts are deeply appreciated. And we've also got some new business from Councillor Vasic.
Yes, well, Councillor, thank you, through you, Chair Bonnegour. Councillor Hanmer, you would have encompassed also the things that I'm going to talk about, but I'll just very specifically name a couple of ward events that happened. The Vermont Park neighborhood and Lakewood Harmony School continue to have their community garden and are also working with Land Back Camp as well there in the one garden specifically. And so it's just wonderful to see it's happening every week and lots of engagement there. The Lincoln Heights neighborhood group had their first, hopefully annual, because I love garage sales. I also love picking up people's things from the side of the road that they're getting rid of. So I really love garage sales. So their first, hopefully annual garage sale, and there were tons of people who participated. It was so amazing to meet new people and see people walking out on their neighborhood. And similarly to Councillor Hanmer, just a real joy in being out to a new beginning. And then there was a group, and I can't remember their name right now, but something Almas. And the event was actually in Councillor Freeman's ward, just across the street on Lexington at the church at Davenport and Lexington. And they had a tea fundraiser with goods that they've made and seedlings from their garden. and just to raise money for the Stephen Lewis Foundation and get people out and connected as well. So, and that was run by Ward 5 residents. So echoing everything people are saying about new beginnings and thanks to volunteers. And it was just really, really wonderful to be out.
And thank you, Councillor Vasic. I'm not seeing any more new business. So if we can move on to the enactment of bylaws, everyone's favorite time of the meeting. If I can invite anyone to move and second. You know what? I think the all caps response must win. Mayor Jaworski moves. And I'm going to give it to Councillor Freeman. Councillor Freeman, you win the second. If we can start the vote from Ward 1, please.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley begrudgingly in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman excited to be in favor.
Councillor Bodley, you had your time today. Thank you, by the way. And Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
I was afraid to be that there'd be an amendment. I'm in favor.
And Councillor Bonagor in favour. With that, we are all in agreement. The bylaws shall be passed. That brings us to adjournment. And thank you, everyone, for all the input this meeting. This is my last time in the chair, so a little bit of a tear coming down the side of my face. But I have Councillor Henry moving to adjourn. Would anyone else wish to adjourn? Councillor Freeman. Okay, thank you. And you know what? We're going to start the voting with Ward 5. Why not? Let's mix things up a bit.
What? I love change. Yeah. Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Mayor Jaworski in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor. I have to keep track of where I'm at.
Councillor Bodley always after Councillor Hanmer and always in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
And Councillor Bonagor in favour. Sorry for messing with you all, but it's been very fun. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening and try and get some of that sunshine.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Take care. Thanks for all the hard work, everyone.